boy. This is going to be a long one, probably. I skipped a little bit all the way up to 18 because I forgot to record, but I'm going to go on YouTube, so I'm just going to... I have like 6K hours, over 6K hours in the Final Fantasy series, and I have never watched the story, ever. Not a single cutscene of it, really. I have no idea what's going on. But, I'm going to be going through it and seeing what there is to see. Because I remember I stopped watching it because I didn't like it very much when I first started, but I liked the combat, and I had a couple people wanting to raid with me when I began, way back in ARR. So I'm actually going to give it another fair shot. They say they shortened it, so hopefully it's a little bit better. Anyway, just going to continue. Does it surprise you to see me dressed so Canadian? I was once a Sultan Sworn, you know, though it's been 15 years since I put down my sword and took up the role of Station Master. In her, it is a capacity in which I am no less proud to serve, lest you doubt. Whenever her grace ventures outside the gates, I have the honor of protecting her person. Never before have I seen her so despondent as when news of the crown's theft reached her ears. But thanks to your valiant efforts, she has returned to her former vibrant self. You have the gratitude of every Sultan Sworn. Canadian. I'm so awesome.
Vessel of Northal, guardian of Thanalan, 17th ascendant to the throne of Uldar. Her Royal Majesty, Nanamo Ulnamo presides.
Long live Nanamo!
Long live
Glory
Nanamo!
to the
Glory
Sultana!
to the Sultana!
Forever may she
Forever
reign!
may she reign!
They regaled me with tales of a champion amongst champions, once whose tireless service to the crown merited the highest honor we might bestow. Never did it occur to me that it might be you. Bring it forth! Betokening our gratitude and esteem, I, Nanamo Ulnamo, Sultana of Uldar, confer upon you this gift. Rauban?
Your Grace.
See to it that our champion is my personal guest at the banquet.
As you command, Your Grace. If what they say
He's
is
a big
true,
boy.
Uldar owes you a great debt. I am Rauban al-Din. With the consent of Her Grace, I oversee the affairs of the Sultanate. Brave souls are few and far between in these times. I count my blessings when I find one. Her Grace invites you to join her at the coming banquet. I trust I will see you there.
An honor!
Huzzah! Indeed.
Come, hero!
Until then, for the sake of Her Grace and the glory of the Sultanate, may you walk in the light of the crystal.
May you walk in the light of the crystal. Seats at these banquets are offered only to the most distinguished individuals. You'll be dining with some of the most influential people in Ul'dah. There are, of course, certain protocols that must be observed, but I am no authority on them. Fear not, however. Mistress Momody has long been responsible for familiarizing foreign guests with our customs. Pray return to the quicksand and speak with her. She will tell you all you need to know. Ah, I'm so used to skipping cutscenes! And dialogue. I'm not used to actually reading it. To be honest, I never imagined I'd be explaining these procedures to you. It's usually only foreign dignitaries who get to hear me prattle on and on about royal traditions. Any road, you know you're a busy man, or I know you're a busy man, so I'll keep it short and sweet. In accordance with ancient custom, all guests to this banquet are required to wear a pair of ceremonial earrings, made specially for the occasion. They're meant to symbolize... Actually, forget about that. This was meant to be the short version. Ahem. Being of a design unique to the occasion. Earrings serve as a security measure. Sultan Sworn won't let you near the hall without them. You're at the Goldsmiths Guild. Mistress Serendipity is expecting you, so you want to head there now. You know, I actually never knew what those earrings were. I swear I kept those in my inventory for like 4 years. Or maybe they're always there. Maybe you can't throw them out, but... I never knew that this was why I needed them. Earrings are right here. I crafted them myself. I think you'll be very pleased. In case Mistress Momody didn't warn you, the box is locked and I am not permitted to give you the key. It's a final safeguard, you see. Only designated individuals are authorized to distribute the earrings to guests. In this instance, the person in question is none other than Mistress Momody. You'll need to ask her to open the box on your behalf. Pardon the inconvenience, but the Sultan Sworn take her grace's safety very seriously. Well, I mean, she's royalty, right? Picked up your earrings yet, Canadian? I want to give her a Texan accent. That's what I want. Just because she keeps saying earrings. Let me just... Well now, looks like the guildmaster outdid herself with this pair. I can't do that. I can't do that for long. You'd best take good care of these earrings. If they fell into the wrong hands, God only knows what might happen. Now then, I hope you're feeling sociable, Canadian, because they're about to hobnob with Uldah's elite. Let me know when you're ready to head to the banquet. A green beret. This is it, Canadian, your big debut in Ul'dah High Society. The banquet is being held in the Fragment Chamber. Head over The Royal Promenade, and Bartholomew will show you in. Oh, but be sure to put on your earrings first, or I'll send you packing. Right, well, you reckon it's... Oh my goodness. Reading her voice is killing me. All right. Reckon that's everything. Try not to let all the pomp and ceremony get to you. Just be yourself and you'll be fine. Alright, what's the closest one to that? It's chamber room. Cool. Banquet hosted by Her Grace the Sultana is due to begin shortly. Attendance is by invitation only. Please make way for arriving guests. We're honored to receive you, my lord. Please proceed inside.
All hail the Sultana! Your Grace.
Raoban? By right of the Royal House of Ul, I, Nanamo, 17th of my line, have summoned you here. We are graced this day by the presence of a hero to Ul'dah and dear friend to the crown. Honored guests, I give you our champion! And with that, I bid you enjoy the feast.
Oh, where the food, though?
Not to spoil your appetite, but Ul'dah is hardly so bountiful as this meal would have you believe. While we gorge ourselves, children starve in the streets.
Oh, thanks,
Nor
Raoban.
can Her Grace do aught to help them. She is thwarted at every turn by those on the Syndicate who derive their wealth from the workers' poverty.
It's just like real life.
Beneath her mask of stately serenity, she is aghast at the plight of her subjects. But there will be no hope for the masses until the crown is restored to power. I am truly grateful for all you have done for Ul'dah, but there is so much more to do.
That there is.
That light, what is it?
Yeah?
So bright,
Oh, my crystal.
almost like by the 12. Tell me true, have you been troubled by strange dreams of late? Visions of the crystal? Mayhap you put them down to an excess of ether? Yes, you are like they were. Allow me to explain. Before you came to Eorzea, there were others like you who fought the Primals. Though they were not of this land, when the Garlean Empire threatened the realm, they helped bring together the three grand companies. And they stood with us at Cartano, that fateful day 5 years ago. The day we lost them. None who survived have forgotten the heroes' sacrifice, nor would any man deny they fought alongside us. But the names of these heroes come not to our lips. The once familiar pages of their story are now blank to us. And in our mind's eye, their faces are naught but silhouettes amid a blinding glare. It is for this reason that we have come to call them the Warriors of Light. When I look at you, I cannot help but think of them, and of what you might achieve. You must protect that crystal at all costs. It is a gift from Hydaelyn, Mother of All, and one she gave to you for a reason. Yours is no ordinary tale. If I am right, the fate of the realm may yet hang upon your deeds. Only heroes and martyrs are fit to bear such a burden. Let us pray you are the former.
Ooh. I believe I'm having a stroke. Man, I really did skip every cutscene. I don't remember them showing this at all.
Flames to the fore! Victory belongs to the bold. Show those Imperial whore sons what we're made of!
The left flank buckles. Divert the barracudas. Bid them hold that position, though it cost them their lives.
The yellow serpents are in need of succor. Pray, send the white wolves to their aid. The adventurers risk life and limb for our cause. We must not fail them.
Uh-oh.
Is aught amiss?
No, it is nothing.
Bloody hells! The barrier won't go down so easily! Eyes forward!
We are being watched.
Raging Bull, calling Bloodthorn. Bloodthorn, respond! Respond, damn you!
Little difficult, seeing as he's dead. There. I might another squadron.
Ah!
Raging Bull, this is Mad Snake. Respond.
Ryder, this is Raging Bull. What news?
We're surrounded by a blaze. There is no way out. God preserve, what is that thing?
What's going on? Speak to me!
God damn it! We cannot hold much longer.
Mad Snake! Mad Snake! Answer me!
Snake! 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 Metal Gear Solid reference. Solid.
Damn it! Damn it all to the seventh hell!
What of the barracudas? Can they not be reached?
Sorry, Admiral. Shell's not working.
What of our own?
I cannot say, my lady. That monstrosity appears to be disrupting our communications.
We must keep trying. Call till they respond.
Yes, my lady.
Admiral, General, we can do no more. We must give the order to withdraw.
I will not forsake Louis Soir.
General, please. Victory may belong to the bold, but there will be no victor this day. You know this to be true. Let us not sacrifice lives in vain. The adventurers fight bravely, but to no avail. Let them withdraw, and let us be the ones to stand with Louis Soir.
Belay previous orders. All Maelstrom units are commanded to fall back, effective immediately. Give the foreign levy priority. Let the main host cover their retreat and bring up the rear.
Damn it! Relay the order. All flames are to withdraw. I don't care if our link cells are useless. You still have a working pair of legs, don't you? Well, use them, you bloody half-wit!
Raubon is not pleased.
The outcome of this battle was long since decided. Better to retreat now than risk a massacre. This dark, stifling presence. Who or what? We go to take our place beside Archon Louis Soir. To your positions.
Kasbamul, Sogini Mwese Tonsul. Logalo, Asawad Daken Bet Mubut. Imarat Way, Kiskat Togahat. Sis Nigem, Fistun Dione Lamrai Satai Don.
How you feeling, Canadian? Said you fainted in the middle of one of the general's stories. Had to have you carried back to the hourglass. I reckon you made quite an impression on your fellow guests, though probably not the sort you intended. You sure you're getting enough rest, Canadian? The life of an adventurer can be pretty taxing. Well, taxing, but Annie wrote, I'm glad to see you're back to normal. No offense, but looking after you was getting a bit tiresome. Oh, before I forget, the general left a message for you. Said that when you're feeling up to it, you should come and see him at the Hall of Flames. Probably wants to finish the story he was telling you when you fell asleep. Yeah, sure. Man, does this mean I get my mount now? That's a little before this, but... Oh, I could have just... I've been waiting for you, Canadian. I trust you're fully recovered. Good, because there is much work to be done. Work that I would have you... Listen, well, Canadian, this will take some time to explain. I'd like you to wind up airship. Aw, we don't get to hear his voice. I've prepared these letters for my counterparts in the Eosian Alliance. 5 years ago, we looked on, powerless, as our brothers and sisters were taken from us at Cartano. First by the Garleans, and then by the thrice-damned Primal called forth by their treachery. Not a day goes by that I do not think of my fallen comrades, and of the warriors of light, of whom no trace remained. The tragedies of the calamity are not so easily forgotten, nor should they be. In remembering all we've lost, we're reminded of what we still have. And so I mean to mark the 5th anniversary of the Battle of Cartano with a memorial service honoring the fallen. It is my hope that my counterparts in the Alliance will agree to do the same. And I would have you bear my words to them as my personal envoy. Why you? Because your deeds mark you out as the nearest thing I have to a warrior of light. I can think of none more worthy of the role. The question is, will you accept it? Then it is agreed. You will journey to Gridania and Limsa Lominsa as my official representative. Now, that's a great many malms to travel, but I've neither the time nor patience to wait around while you do it on foot. I hereby grant you permission to use the airship routes connecting the 3 city-states. This pass serves as proof of your privilege. Gone are the days when airship travel was available to all. The ever-present threat of Imperial attack has forced us to impose drastic restrictions out of concern for public safety. These passes are only granted when circumstance demands it, as in this case, though there were others who insisted you be granted one regardless. I, Canadian, I am not alone in seeing it. Your potential is plain, but I have said enough. In the name of the Sultana, I bid you go forth. See for yourself the wonders of a realm for which the warriors of light risked all. Rise to your calling and fulfill your promise. And should your path be barred by man or beast, strike fast and true, for victory belongs to the bold. Now go, Canadian, and heed the crystal's guidance should you ever lose your way. Quite the speech, Raubon. Quite the speech. I want my fucking bird. Just give me the fucking bird, man. Ah, back from your meeting with Raubon, are you? What did the big man have to say? Is that a fact? Personal envoy of the Flame General himself. So you'll be bearing the great man's words to the leaders of the Alliance, will you? And by airship? Bugger me, that's an honor and a half, that is. But I can't think of anyone who deserves it more. Pretty much just killed some marmots, to be honest. Proud of you, Canadian, I truly am. Now, I dare say Robon told you this, but not many people get to go on airships these days. In fact, most folk go to their graves having never once seen Eorzea from above. Poor buggers shuffle off to meet Thal, having never known the blues, the limbs of Laminza's shimmering seas, or the myriad greens of leafy Gridania. But not you, Canadian. You'll see those sights and more, and everywhere you go, you'll find fascinating folk with fascinating tales to tell. The people you meet, the places you go, savor these experiences, for they are priceless all. Saying that, it'd be remiss of me if I didn't remind you to be careful out there. Ul'dah ain't the only place beset by troubles, as you'll discover when you visit Limsa and Gridania. Truth be told, that might well be exactly what the General wants you to realize. I think he knows what kind of man you are, Canadian. And what kind's that, you ask? Why, the kind that can't resist sticking his nose in other people's business. Of course, don't you ever go changing. Fuck me, that's hard to read. For some reason. My brain is just stupid. Safe travels, Canadian. I'll see you when you get back. Sure you will. Is the airship landing a place I can go with the crystal? I think they mentioned that. Airship landing, yep. Cool. Yeah, cool, going. Oh, ow. It's toy car. The toy car. Big cutscene? Attention, all passengers. The airship bound for Limsa Lominsa is about to depart. Please make your way to the boarding gate. This little fanfare here reminds me a lot of Final Fantasy XII. I actually think it is. It might be a redo of one they use in Final Fantasy XII. I think it's like Imperial March or something. Slightly different, but... When first we met beneath the Sultan tree, I sensed there was something unusual about him. I wonder if they will feel the same. Godspeed, Canadian. Godspeed. That is a lot of people waving goodbye to me. If I'm right, they'll be singing your praises from here to the far reach before long. May you always walk in the light of the crystal. Oh, that's not my ship. I was like, why are we in Castrum? Gaius. I don't remember who the other two people are, but I know the one in the
It
back
has
is...
been 15 years, but the bitter taste of defeat lingers still. 15 years since the Imperial fleet set course for Mordona, led by the Egrios, mightiest of all vessels. Silver Till lay ripe for the taking, and all of Eorzea would soon be ours. Or so we believed. But an innumerable host of dragons met us that day, at the heart of which flew the great meat guard Zormer. Though we succeeded in slaying that lord among worms, the dread serpent's defeat was bought at too high a price. Our invincible flagship was lost, and all hope of victory with her. So ended our glorious conquest.
I had no idea that that happened.
Eorzea, a blighted realm, riddled with false gods.
Oh, it's
Twice
me to
now it
continue.
has eluded the Empire's grasp. For all the destruction it wrought, even Meteor, the great sin, failed to yield us control over it. And for this failure, the realm has sunk deeper into depravity. It is twisted beyond all reckoning, rotten nigh to the core. Yet, it must be saved. Only Garlean rule can bring order to Eorzea. It falls to us to deliver the misguided masses from their ignorance.
We are of one mind, Lord Van Balzar.
Van Balzar.
Senior engineers, please report to Magitech Research following scheduled inspection.
Hey, is the Legatus really planning to take another tilt at Eorzea?
Hey? What hole have you been hiding in? We're in the midst of preparing for a new campaign, and a huge one at that.
But I thought the Emperor had given up the Western lands for lost after Carteneau. What could the Legatus possibly hope to gain by acting alone?
I sense you harbor certain doubts over the wisdom of the Legatus's plan.
My lord!
Please, call me Nero. Tell me, where were you born?
Othard, my lord.
Alamigo, my lord.
Ah, codename Hummingway, I presume.
I don't know what you...
Silence. Your denials will not change your fate. I assure you, Frumentarium sees all.
Oof.
Clean up this mess, and do not miss any, or I shall be most displeased.
First gunbreaker.
At once, my lord.
Garland, soon you will be made to know the true power of Magitech.
to speak with the Storm Honor Guard. Oh, I can't. Wait. There we go. Was very confused there for a moment. You're the old Dawn Envoy. Welcome to Limsala Minza. The Admiral's been looking forward to your arrival. Please proceed to the Crow's Lift at your earliest convenience. It will take you to Bulwark Hall. Once there, pray speak with Xanthale. You'll be pleased to show you into the Admiral's command room on the bridge. Bulwark Hall. Sure. Well, the first order of business is obviously to get all the Aethernet points. Because it's going to make my life easier. Holy, there's just a billion people here. My god. This one, then we'll go back to Hawker's Alley. And go down to the Fisherman's Guild. That should be all the lower ones. Should be all of them on the lower floor. Should take me. Oh, I can't remember the last time I killed something. There's nothing over there. I need the Aft Castle, Culinarian's Guild, and the Marauders Guild. Should be all of them. Then I get the bonus ones. Okay, north all the way through the Drowning went. But I think there was an out on the... Yeah, I can go back there to get to Bulwark Hall. It's ideal. Probably could it is. I did it. Zephyr Gate, Tempest Gate, airship landing. Perfect. Have to castle. Yes, Boulder Call, yes. And speak with this man. Greetings, sir, and welcome to our fair city. If you would permit me to examine the seal on the missive you carry. Yes, everything seems to be in order. My apologies, we cannot afford to be complacent, you understand. Step this way.
Enter.
I get to meet Meryl Wib, whatever her name is. Or is this Rolls the one of them?
So the silver-tongued merchant
Meryl
sent an
Wib, yeah,
adventurer to speak for them. It appears the Uldans place great faith in you. This way. I bid you welcome. I am Melvib Blufisvin, Admiral of Limso Lominsa, and Commander of the Maelstrom.
Meryl Wib.
Now, what news from Thanalan?
Memorial service to honor the fallen. Seven Hells. Has been 5 years. 5 years since the Garlean Empire sought to wrest Eorzea from our grasp. It was in answer to the Imperial threat that the city-states formed the Grand Companies and forged the Eorzean alliance anew. Garlemald was not content to wager all on a simple contest of martial might. He had other plans, the Meteor Project. Legatus Nail Van Darnus, Hell's Take Him, intended to cleanse our realm by snatching the lesser moon Dalamud from the heavens and casting it down upon our heads. Desperate to prevent this lunatic scheme, we marched our forces to the Cartano Flats and there met the 12th Imperial Legion in battle, or 7th? 7th Imperial Legion. I was trying to read that as a word, I'm like, the Vlith? I don't think that's a number. Never have I seen a fight like the Battle of Cartano. Now I'm all fucked up. Never have I seen a fight like the Battle of Cartano, and I have seen full many. But though we gave no quarter, spared not one ounce of effort, we could not prevent what followed. From inside the shell of Dalamud came a winged nightmare, a dragon the size of a bloody city. 'Twas the elder primal, Bahamut, bent on making an 8th hell of Eorzea. In the space of a breath, the legions of the Empire were set aflame, while our own armies fared little better. 'Twas as if the whole world was burning. Words cannot well describe the scene. And yet, by some miracle, a few among us were spared. Even as I steeled myself for death, a blinding white light enveloped me, robbing me of my senses. When I regained them, the dragon was gone, and the still smoldering land was warped beyond all knowing. Were Archon Louisoix still with us, he would doubtless shed some light on these unfathomable happenings. Alas, he is not, and I fear we will want, for his wisdom in the days to come. For while our nations struggle to recover from the devastation, the beastmen call forth their damned primals to torment us anew. Unless we put aside our differences and rebuild now, our foes will catch us unprepared. And I speak not only of the beastmen. I do not imagine that the Empire has forsaken its claim on Eorzea. The Imperials crowd our borders waiting to strike. Damn it all, we need champions to replace those we lost. But such thoughts are worse than worthless. Time is short, and none will save us, save ourselves. It is the duty of every soul who survived the calamity to work together for the good of Eorzea, and this memorial service may be the very thing to unite us. Aye, Raubon has the right of it. I accept his proposal. You just got a fucking sawn-off shotgun? Your duty is done here, adventurer. I will see to it that the Flame General receives my reply. You travel next to Gradonia, yes? Pray, give my regards to the Elder Seedseer. Oh, and tell her the wolf has been sniffing around the stables. A private jest, and one in poor taste, but I would have you tell it all the same. Fare you well, Canadian. May the Navigator guide you on your journey. That guy, I guess he doesn't let me travel? Ooh, PvP bank. Or PvP. And bank. Ethernet, airship landing. Now I have to get all the Ethernets again. Hooray! And I think this one is actually the most spread out. Although... Oh. Vanillin might take the cake for the most annoying Ethernet, just because there's a lot that are like stacked on top of each other. Alchemist Guild and stuff is like really out of the way. Alright. Greetings, good sir. You are the Eldon envoy, are you not? I received instructions to assist you. Silent Conjurer at Nofika's altar. There is, like, crumb or something on my mouse pad. Alright, in this one, need to get that main one. And then just the Archer's Guild? Oh. Alright. Holy, I keep clicking on anything but the stuff I want to click on. This one up to the north, there's one there, one down there, one over at the Botanist Guild. Okay. I need out here. And then I'll go up and get the Lancers Guild, teleport back to this one, go over to the Amphitheater, get the Botanist Guild, teleport back to the Amphitheater, and then... Okay, so this way. Amphitheater. Same idea, but over to the Condors Guild. Should be all of them, unless I missed one. Badger Gate, Yellow Serpent Gate, Bishop Land. Perfect. You're the Dawn envoy? Begging your pardon, sir, but might I inspect the missive you bear? Verily, this is the seal of the Supreme Commander of the Immortal Flames. Please come with me.
So you are the Ul'Dan envoy.
Yes.
On behalf of our fair nation, I bid you welcome. Please. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Khan-E Senna, Elder Seedseer of Gridania, and leader of the Order of the Twin Adder, our nation's grand company. I understand you bear a message from the Flame General.
A remembrance service for the fallen of Cartano. Pray tell me, adventurer, what do you know of our conflict with the Empire? Seeing my counterparts recounted the tale in some detail. Well. Message from the Admiral. A wolf has been sniffing around her stables, you say. See, well, I shall be pleased to provide her with such counsel as I am able. But first, friend of my friend, I would tell you more of the Garlean threat. For the greater part of its history, Garlemald was not even among the most influential nations in Islabard, the northern continent. However, its innovations in the field of magitech some 50 years past helped to raise it from the depths of obscurity. Emboldened by this technology, it set about subjugating its neighbors, swiftly absorbing each into its ever-expanding territory. And when all of Islabard lay within its grasp, it turned its ravenous gaze upon Eorzea. Yet Garlemald's transformation did not come about by virtue of magitech alone. Its success owed much to the consummate leadership of its first and reigning emperor, Solus Zos Galvus, the man who built an empire in his own lifetime. Yet he has long lived, and after more than 80 winters, it is said that he grows frail and even more prone to illness. If rumors are to be believed, the matter of succession has destabilized the imperial court. This would explain the Empire's relative inactivity in recent years, which has granted us much-needed time to rebuild. Yet we cannot allow ourselves to become complacent, for Garlemald still maintains a presence in Eorzea in the form of the 14th Imperial Legion. Commanding this great host is Legatus Gaius van Baelsar, a man whose ambitions are well known to us. So long as he breathes Eorzean air, none of us may sleep easy. The calamity wreaked such devastation upon the realm that it has been all we could do to nurse our wounds, never mind to rebuild our defenses. Simply put, we have not the strength to repel the Empire. To add to our woes, the beast tribes continue to summon their primals, whose very existence is a bane upon the land. Each nation is beset with its own primal problem. None has the resources to look beyond its own borders. The Admiral desires my counsel regarding a brazen wolf. She means to tell me that the Empire may soon resume its advance. Though the primals pose an undeniable threat to our survival, the threat posed by the Garleans is greater still. Clearly, each nation can no longer afford to think only of which occurs within its borders. A storm gathers upon the horizon. If we are to weather it, we must needs stand united once more. A remembrance service may help to rekindle the spirit of unity which brought the peoples of Eorzea together when last the Empire threatened our liberty. The Flame General was wise to make his proposal, and I wholeheartedly approve it. The necessary provisions shall be made for a service here in Gridania. That man just walks off the water. Your work here is done, my friend. I shall send my reply to the Flame General. I thank you for coming. May the 12 see you safely home. Ooh, hiccups. My favorite. You may now make use of the airship routes connecting the three nations. Before you may board an airship, you must pay the required fare in Gil. Serpent Officer has information that may be of interest to you. Afraid your meeting with the Elder Seed Seer went well. My Lord Envoy, correct me if I'm mistaken, but did you not also deliver a message to Admiral Merowib Lofuswin of Lominza? While you were there, did you happen to meet Baderon, the proprietor of the Drowning Wench? Gregarious gentleman, always happy to help his fellow man. Well, I am told that he is a task for a capable adventurer. I know not what the task entails, but I dare say the Flame General's personal envoy would make a fine candidate. If you're interested in learning more, pray speak with batter on at his establishment. Alright. Well, it's a good thing I got all the aetherites and stuff. I feel like I'm going to be here for a while, so I'm going to set my home point here. Go to the aft castle. Welcome to the Drowning Wench. Sit wherever you like, mate. I'll be with you in a... Aye, I'm Batteron, alright? Who's asking? Heard as I've got a job for a capable adventurer, you say. Oh, Jesus. Well, you're bloody right. Just so you're fairly warned, though, this ain't no job for the fate of art. Things are liable to get downright bleeding airy. But if you think you're still interested, let me know and I'll fill you in on the details. Yeah, this is... Thank you for taking the time to help me out. Now, I'm sure you're busy, and I'll come straight to the point. Word has it some suspicious-looking buggers have been sneaking in and out of the Sastasha Sea Grot. I need a trustworthy sort to head up north of Aleport and find out who they are and what they're up to. Don't sound like much, I know. But it weren't so long ago as the Fishbacks, pet pirates, paid us an unwelcome visit and folk are feeling a bit nervous. Oh, if you would permit me, Master Batteron, I should be happy to elaborate. Very well, if it ain't the Chief Yellowjacket himself, to what do we owe this rare honor, Commodore Raynor? Come to make sure my patrons are behaving, or just thirsty? Neither. In fact, I was informed that you had requested an adventurer to assist in my investigation, and I came to offer what information I could sift from recent reports. Over the course of the past moon, there have been several sightings of an unfamiliar vessel off the coast of Aleport in the vicinity of the Isle of Umbra. This information came to my attention no more than a few weeks after a squad of my own soldiers had completed a routine patrol of the region, the Sasasha Sea Grot included. Their search revealed little, save that a family of corals had taken up residence in the cave, nothing to concern us in short. In light of recent developments, however, it would seem wise to search the Stasha again. But with the Sahagin testing our defenses daily, I am loath to assign the task to the limited forces at my disposal. Our line is stretched as it is. Thus I sought the services of a competent adventurer to conduct an investigation in our stead. Any aid you can offer in this matter would be greatly appreciated. Then it is settled. Sastasha is located in western Lenoshea. For more detailed instructions on how to reach the space, I suggest you consult... I'm not even going to try that. She can be found at the ferry docks on the lower decks. You heard the man. Good luck to you, lad. What is this? What are you? Purple quests are important. Rising to the challenge? Is that like the challenge log? That's probably challenge log. And what is this? This is... rumors of a dangerous madman about town. How's these? Ah, that's the guy who does your hair. Perfect. And this person. Okay, speak with the disgruntled madam. Express / doubt as to the flustered man's intention. This is a lot of work to it. I think the armor is good. Yeah. And then I need Carpenter's Kit and Alchemist Kit. I need to go to every town. Right. Oh, whatever. Oh, right, I switched it. Just in case I ever want to change my hair color. Oh, such a lovely song. Where is the Carpenter's Guild? In the words of someone far funnier than me, it sounds like I'm on the inside of a washing machine. Oh. Oh, I want it, I want... This guy? Yeah. Okay, and then last one. Hold up. Might as well use up those tickets, save me a bit of gold. Alchemist skill. Best place is probably the aft castle, I would imagine. Could it be? Yes, it must. How else to explain such power? You are the one whose coming was foretold. You, yes, you are the esthetician. Alright, that's enough. Enough of that, I think. Perfect. Esthetician is now available. Yeah, they're both in the same spot. That's Fisherman's Guild, which means down there. I'm wasting a teleport. Let's go over here. Fisherman Guild. Record of my numerous adventures. Quite the inspiring read, if you could say so myself. I just believe I did. Haha. Do you have an adventure about you? If one still untested. But take heart. The most accomplished adventurer, and I speak from personal experience, was once a whelp with more dreams than sense. Were there only some way for me to repay you? Well, of course. I have a fresh journal right here that might help you. Might well have your name on it. Why not keep a record of your own, that one day we might regale each other with stories of our deeds? And with that, I shall be off for adventure, and a flagon or 20 of the realm's finest ale calls me. Fare you well on your journeys, and next time you find yourself at the wench, do thank the Ellison fellow for his generosity. Now have access to the challenge log, which will help serve as a record of your adventuring exploits. Open it, select logs from the main menu, followed by challenge log. Incomplete stuff. Logs, challenge log. Complete 5 fates with the highest possible rating. 10 fates with the highest possible rating. Unique challenges. Yeah, I'm guessing you can't really do a whole lot at this level. What does this want me to do again? Oh yeah, it's all Eastern theme. I'm Lord Raynard's initially. I want to board the ferry for Aleport. Prepare your train for the schools and the elderly. Just north of Aleport. Okay, so I would do that, but like... I want to go to the Zephyr Gate, and I want to go to Middle Lenosha, and I want to get a couple of the Aetherites. It's up there. I don't actually think you, unless you start here, you really have to come to Summerford Farms. Maybe for a couple quests for classes and stuff later. Oh, I don't even one-shot those? Right, I'm super weak. I'm so used to being, like, way higher level than this. I remember just starting out and having to come here and, like, whenever you'd get a new class, which I wanted to try them all before I, like, sat down with one, get a whole bunch with it. I wanted to, like, get them all to 15, so I spent, like, a crap ton of time out here just, like, killing mobs, because it wasn't bad experience for, like, the early levels. And there was a strategy you could do where you'd, like, in this area we're going to, Western Lenosha, you'd hit level 5 by, like, killing some of the monsters around here. You'd just, like, hit them and then have one of your level 50 buddies kill it, and you'd get the XP for it. And it was super fast. And so you'd do that until like level like 7. Then you'd go to Western Lenosha right outside of Sestasha, which is where I'm headed now. And there was like a loop you could do with like a bunch of level 15 in it. And you don't get experience for anything 10 levels over, which is why you couldn't do it at level 1. But you get a couple levels here, then you get up to level 15 there. Then you just start dungeon grinding for all the rest of your classes. Yeah, this place is filled with a lot of nostalgia for me. There's like a couple fates over here. There's one that spawns up here that's like a wolf. Western Lenosha. And then there's like there's like a rosebud one that spawns here. It's died in your arms tonight. That one's a little tough. And then there's the one with the Aurochs that spawns in the middle here, which is always a Fuster Cluck because they're huge. Oh yeah, right. There is a friggin' crystal over here. I legitimately cannot remember. Like, it has to have been my last class that was like 15 in ARR. Is the last time I ever came over here. And I probably teleported over here for a fate, and that's the last time I ever teleported to this stone. Wow, I didn't even remember this was here. Right, you have to unlock the Chocobo porters. People are just murdering away. Oh, nothing can really recapture the first time I play this game, in all honesty. Sure hope there's a healer, or else I just made a mistake. Maybe I didn't. Yeah, no I didn't. Keep overshooting it. Slowly pulling it away. Hey, we did it. Let's go. I don't even think that was worth it, but that one's a classic. Oh yeah, Goblin. Yeah, Goblins in that one. Right, and then probably Pirates. I'm gonna grab the Aether Net before I go do that mission, but wow, look at all the people there. So the game hasn't been this lively for years. I legitimately can't remember the last time I've ran into an area and seen people actively doing a fate. kind of cool, actually. Oh, the novice. Ah, you must be the adventurer of whom the Yellow Jackets sent word. I hear you are to brave the depths of Sasasha Secret. The occupants of those caves are rumored to be as numerous as they are bloodthirsty, no matter what the epic tales would have you believe. Rolling into such a den of savagery alone would be the height of foolishness. No, you shall need companions, and you shall need the training we here at the Hall of the Novice can provide. Strongly suggest that you study the fundamentals of group combat before continuing on your mission. Smith here oversees the training schedule. Speak to him and you can register for exercises tailored to your particular field of expertise. When you have mastered all that our masters have to teach, then it will be time to head north once more. Report to the Yellow Jacket Scout at the mouth of the Sastasha Sea Grot, and he will furnish you with the details of your duty. I have over 6,000 hours in this game, so I think I'll be okay. Personally. Maybe not. Maybe I gotta learn the basics again. Who knows? Please tell me you're here on Yellow Jacket duty and not some daft sod out for a stroll. I can't take any more of this blasted waiting. You are? Thank the gods. I assume you already know about the ship seen slipping around the Isles of Umbra. We've been on the lookout for pirate activity ever since the vessel was sighted, thinking a crew of cutthroats might have been in the gem nearby, so when we received word that men of questionable quality have been seen passing in and out of Sastasha here, we weren't entirely surprised. I've yet to see them for myself, but if this lot belongs to those fishback fancying serpent reavers, well, you can imagine the panic it'll cause. The kidnappings are still fresh in people's minds. Anyway, your task is to poke around in the caves and find out exactly who we're dealing with. While you do that, I'll be keeping watch out here, praying you don't spot any blue-faced tattoos. Use the duty finder to enter Sastasha. Alright, I think these guys are probably waiting for Sastasha as well. See if I can't. Slash L. All right. Yeah, I got it. Didn't I have a piece of gear that went to my... Yeah, there we go. That pair of shit. Alright. Well, I guess I'll have to wait a minute or two. So I might as well go and do a few fates, I guess. Never mind. Oh, I cracked my finger. I'm gonna be that guy watching cutscenes. Anosha. Sastasha Seagrot. Limit break, party. Cool. Clearing instances. We're gonna do a little bit more than they're used to. Just go ahead and mitigate through stun. I don't even have shield lob yet. I just gotta like face tank pull everything. It's also probably not actually with like pulling more. Well, yeah. Oh yeah, Sastasha should have its own armor set and stuff now. One of my buddies told me that. I don't think we actually had to kill that. I'm actually pretty sure that you can, like, go around it. It has been so long since I've actually done that. Oh my goodness. Oh, am I not? Oh, I'm not. Thanks, guys. What did I do? Did I drop it? Did I never have it on in the first place? had it. Oh. And we want to pull those two. People want to do that? Do I get mapped in the room if I go that way? Yeah, there's a treasure chest over there though. I want to see if this treasure chest gives us anything. I'm interested. It did! Totally worth it. Roll on that. That's gonna make me tanky. Let's go, boys. Let's go, boys. Oh, I didn't read the fucking thing. You know, honestly. Bitch. Nope. The answer is blue. Alright, cool. As soon as the poison off me, that's pretty cool. As soon as we do it. Can I stun this boss? Oh, that's rare. But very much appreciated for mitigation. Take some stress off my boy. Best. 100 goggles, those aren't for me. 100 ear cuffs, also not for me. Maybe I should have given him a second. Thank God T2 isn't the thing anymore. Like, honestly. I feel like this might be a bit loud. Okay, first mini boss? Kinda? Ooh. And a couple good drops. Let's go, boys. I mean, it looks exactly the same as mine. But... eh. I don't think anyone has an issue with that, or else they would have said so. Stick them with the pointy end too. Holy shit, I take so much damage from these guys? Okay, oh. We need to kill this healer. And get a couple of these guys. Taken out. That was 1 health. Oh my god. That's crazy. Dang it. Oh, Striker's Tabard. That is not for me. Alright, I think I've gotten everything up to this point, so if we... See, what a nice young man that guy is. Kaya turned that's the black mage. You know what? That's a commendation right there. A chest in here. I have a feeling that this Lancer is probably like, what the fuck is this? Oh, this is the guy that was standing outside looking at me. Oh, Plunderer's Knives, of course. But I got a sword from that, it would have been so legit, dude. All right. blade. Dr. Madison releases the scurvy dogs. Stun them. And mapping the room. Cool. Oh. But he's in a hurry, apparently. He's got places to be. I remember there used to be a stupid speedrun strap to this, where the tank would grab, like, everything up to this door, and no one else would touch them. And then they'd walk into the boss room and let you die at the entrance, and then raise you so you could fight the boss. It's just fighting the boss and restarting the dungeon with more XP, technically, than taking the time to kill these guys, because nobody had good AoE. Except Black Mage. Let's fire 2. Sully, our spawning ground, Shore Walker. Oh, that man is not alive anymore. Shh. Foolish fools. Stay still, buddy. Let me grab him. Da, 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 da. I leveled up twice, I think, during that dungeon. Yeah, I think I did level up twice. I did it! I'm the best! Oh, he left. Oh, well, the healer did pretty good. Battle Axe, Splendid Rope Belt. Neither of those are for me. But I get some sick gauntlets out of the deal. I'm happy. Oh, I'm up to item level 10. Woo! We are cruising. Three-player commendations. That's what I'm talking about, boys. See that? First dungeon, all three. We just keep that going, we're good to go. Alright, the Drowning Wench. Alright, that's back in. Travel, return. Brain stalled for a minute there. I read the beginning of this, so long as it's not like a voiced one, which I doubt it would be. Aye, such a task was on the books. Was, mind. I'm afraid that ship has already sailed, friend. Okay. I'll be right back. I gotta go to the bathroom. And grab a drink. Ah, much better. Now I can enjoy my cutscenes. And also, not sponsored by Rockstar, but just saying, I got a massive one viewer, which I think is me, potentially. So, Rockstar, hit me up. Clearly I'm getting those big numbers. Nothing like a nice, refreshing Rockstar fruit punch to get you through trying times. Ah, might you be the adventurer who accepted the job of investigating Sastasha? It would seem that ship has not only sailed, but now returns to harbor. None the worse for its voyage. A pity, we dragged our boots too long on this one. No matter, the wheel will turn and our chance will come. You are right, of course. There shall be no rest till we have attained our goal, lofty though it might be. Not a wink of sleep, great leader. Our aim, lest you wonder, is to perform such feats of heroism as will earn us a place in the songs of every alehouse in Eorzea. We mean to write a legend, which will inspire adventurers as yet unborn to follow our shining example. Do you have such a goal? Large or small, it matters not. Only have a star to reach for, and you will reach higher. Purpose can sustain you through times of hardship. Keep your eye on the prize, and all obstacles will be overcome in time. You should not think to stride into battle unclad, would you? Well, goals are as arms and armor for the spirit. I wish you fortune in your endeavors, sir. Ha ha! This reminds me of my Rogaden. Back then, are you? With all your limbs and a tale to tell, I'll wager. Fishbacks. And there I was thinking you'd only have to crack a pirate's skull or 3. 7 hells. You turn your back for 5 bloody minutes and the scaly bastards have set up shop on your bleeding doorstep. Still, sounds like you've left them in pieces, so I don't suppose they'll be carrying out whatever mischief they was planning. Unless they was planning on feeding themselves to the fauna of Sestasha, of course. Any road, all's well that ends well. On behalf of Limsa, I thank you for shedding some light on this mystery. You've lived up to your reputation, and I couldn't ask for no more than that. Now, I'll bet you're dying for a rest, but just in case you're not, I was wondering if you might be interested in taking on another job. It just so happens that I've had a request from our sister guild in Gridania, you see. Seems the forest folk are in need of a venturer who can get things done. For them to ask for your help like this, you can bet the task won't be no skip through a sunny glade. But after the way you dealt with our fishback infestation, I doubt it's anything you can't handle. Why does it feel wrong to say that? I don't want to say fishback. That doesn't sit right with me. Give us a show when you're ready and I'll lay it out for you. Party Finder unlocked. But I already used... Oh, no, Party Finder, not Duty Finder. Right, okay. Makes sense. Alright, they want me to go to Gridania, so... Oh, wait, we go to Gridania then. I should... Yeah, I've got like 2 quests. I feel like that's my 15 skill. Yeah, it is. That's why I didn't have Shield Blob, because I'm an idiot. Take a seat wherever you like, friend. Our waitress will come to you. Oh, not here to dine? Dare I hope that you're the adventurer Bataron sent word about? You are, the matron be praised. I want to know how he sent word of me coming within the 4 seconds it took to teleport here and walk over to this bar. Like, is it not instant? Is teleporting not instant? That's what I want to know. Is it like you're trapped in the aether for an hour or something, but it feels instant to you? Like... I mean, maybe he, like, called over with a link shell or something, but... Like, why would they be like, oh, you're here, finally? It's like, you just got the call. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Mune. I think that's what that says. And the Carline Canopy is my place. With regard to the task in question, there is a fair bit to tell. Let me know when you're ready to hear the details, and I shall brief you. Well, I'm ready to hear the details, but I'm not going to do it yet. Mayun wants to brief you on your task. Cool. Oh, okay, cutscene. There's a lot of these. Ready for that briefing? Good. Now then, here's the long and short of it. Beg pardons for interrupting me, but our needs grow ever more pressing. Have none stepped forward? And good morrow to you too, Bowlord. You Bowlord? Your need must be pressing indeed for you to honor us with a visit. The good news is your journey hasn't been wasted. I'm pleased to report that we have a volunteer at last, and one who comes highly recommended at that. Nick. My thanks for answering the call, friend. My name is Lewin, and I lead the men and women of the God's Quiver. Now, time is of the essence, so I shall proceed directly to the heart of the matter. We wish for you to nip a potential threat to Gridonia in the bud. Beneath the central shroud there lies an underground burial site called the Tamtara Deepcroft. The place was once a Gelmoran settlement, but we Gridonians have long interred our dead there. Of late, however, shadowy figures have been seen skulking about the Deepcroft, and with ever-increasing regularity. Based on the accounts of various witnesses, we suspect that these individuals belong to the Lambs of Dalamud, a doomsday cult which sprung up prior to the Calamity. These zealots have proven themselves dangerous in the past, and we leave them to their own devices at our peril. Ordinarily, I would have dispatched my best men to scour the Deepcroft with orders to flush the cultists out. Alas, the Calamity decimated our ranks, and the limited forces at my disposal are constantly required to keep the Ixal at bay. The birdmen have grown restless of late, and I fear a storm may be brewing in anticipation of this. I have been compelled to spread our forces throughout the Twelveswood, lest we be taken unaware. The situation so being, we must turn to others to deal with the Lambs of Dalamud. Can we rely on you to undertake this task, friend?
Of course. Just give old Gary some beans. Take care of the problem.
You have my gratitude. Once you've seen to your preparations, pray make your way to the Deepcroft and identify yourself to the guard posted at the entrance. He will appraise you to the latest developments. That is all. Be careful out there, you hear? May the crystal guide you and keep you.
Thank you.
I really thought there was more faffing about that you had to do. I'm gonna go do my class quests before I do this, which means that we have to go to Ulada.
Gladiators Guild.
First Sword and Miller wishes to assign you another task. Hail, Canadian, you come at a good time. I have another task which I wish to assign you. The Immortal Flames and the Brass Blades have both requested the Guild's assistance in maintaining security at Camp Drybone, a little outpost along the Royal Allegan Sunway. The Amalja have been raiding caravans with reckless abandon, creating a significant disruption in trade. Ul'dah has a long, troubled history with the Amalja, so raids are not unheard of. However, this recent escalation must be addressed. Go to Camp Drybone and search for these raiders, Canadian. I've already dispatched other gladiators to patrol the region, so I just suggest you speak with one of them for more information. Okay, so Eastern Thanlin is best reached through Blackbrush Station, and this is Sandgate where my hunt target is, and then Drybone is where their hunt targets are. Because I still have Tuco, my Atregus Billy, Vandalus Imp, Rotting Noble, Bloated Bogey. The Footfalls. I never fucking did that! Ah, I'm so stupid. My brain. I literally walked all the way over to the stupid Shifting Sands, whatever that place is, to go kill the Bloated Bogies, and I never did it. Forging the Spirit. Eastern Thanalan. Can't believe they just give you the whole thing like that. That's actually really nice. Because it was actually really annoying to have to go, like, get every corner of the map. It took forever. It really wasn't worth the XP that it gave you. The Tuco. Could be all of them. Yeah. H. Next is Dry Bone. Rotting Noble, Vandalous Imp, Myotragus Billy. And Dry Bone should be... yeah, it's like this whole area. So those undead guys are up here. The Billies are around here. I actually just don't know where the imps are. Ow. I wish they'd give me my mount already. Over there. He's undead. I swear they were around. Maybe it's like, yeah, up around there. But I swore they were here. Maybe this is close on. No, I'm a potato. They must just be up north here. Yeah, Grim Undertakings. Impish Implications? That sounds like Void Impling territory. Maybe I can hit two birds with one stone. Oh, there's one of my Myotragus Billies. Oh, that's a Myotragus Nanny. There's a Billy. I remember when Sprint would interrupt your combos. That shit was on. Hey, Vandalous Imps. Let's go. Oh, they're fucking ranged enemies. Yike. I don't actually take any damage. I guess I am like 5 levels higher than this thing. But most of the time it's actually just a thing and whatever, but that is the undertake. Oh. Are there not any undead boys over here? These are more Tuka-Tukas. Rotting Noble. Oh, maybe they're down in the valley or whatever. To the south. Swear to God, one of my buddies knows the answer to every single one of these questions. I should just message him. Or Google it. Or two. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna see here. Just gonna teleport. Oh, no. This is not. Yes. They might be in here. They also might be in here. No, that's just a Malja. Is this not... Yeah, this is Sandgate. Not Drybone. They can't be over here. Where in Drybone are these guys? Is it like... Halatali's over here. This is an optional then. I haven't ran around this area in a long time either. I actually didn't know that they changed provoke to do that. If you were to provoke something that you had no, like nobody had any threat on, it would just not hit before. Now it actually gives you threat. Hey, let's go. Hey, I got reprisal. Nice. Damage cooldown. This boy's not doing too good, I guess. They're still here. Don't worry, brother, I'll be fine. Though maybe not when the first sword is done with me. Hey, go tell her that the Amalja are dead. The merchant. Oh, I gotta help this person. Ah! It's a gladiator's duty. The guild leader told me so. Okay, but before I fuck off back to Thanalan, I really want to know where these nobles are. Like, am I just dumb? Do I not... Am I missing something? Are they a fate enemy? That might do it as well. Well, this is Welwickwood, so... You know what? We're gonna Google it. What the heck are those called again? My memory is awful. Rotting Noble. Rotting Noble. Let's take a look. $14.17. Okay, so 14.17. Oh, they were right off the side. I didn't go in there. I'm going to cry. Crying right now. Haha, you can't catch me. I'm far too fast and tanky. I think I fucked it up. I was gonna help this man, but I don't think he actually needs this for anything. I think he was just trying to be nice. As if I walked right by this. I guess there was that fate boss I was trying to avoid. But I'm still kind of a potato. There we go. A success. And now I need the bloated buggy, and then it's done, and then I can move on to the next one. Cool. I just need these guys to leave me alone. Come on, get! That's what I thought. Scared him off. Okay, so that wants me to go back, but I'm actually not going to do that because I think this next one kind of opens up, and it can be monsters from, like, forever. I'm actually going to go back to Horizon in Western Thanalan. And get this last one. I know they're just up here. I ran all the way over here and I didn't go there. Makes me violently angry. Just like my stepfather. What is that? Oh, yell, it's slash shout? Slash area? Oh. Just slash say and then slash yell is farther. Or slash shout? I swear it was shout. It is shout. Am I not allowed to shout? Oh, I'm not allowed to, like, shout continue. You're not allowed to switch to shout chat. You have to, like, pick it, I guess. Whee. Oh, the bogey. There we go. Man, that wants to go. Upper Pass, Foothills, Upper Pass, Oakwood, Alder Spring. Yeah, they're all over the friggin' place. Let's see. Such terrifying strength. Where the fuck do I have to go here? Gladiator's Guild. You're always right to send you, Canadian. You've done us proud. 7 hells, this place reeks of sweat. How do I expect a man to concentrate on a swordplay like this? Aldous! You remember me. You remember me. How goes it, brother? Still waving your sword around like a feather duster. You! Good to see you too, Mila, my dear. You're more beautiful than I remember. You're alive? Where have you been all these years? Answer me! Me? Well, if you must know, I've been on a spiritual journey of self-discovery. Damn it, Aldous, this is serious. We all thought you were dead. For you to walk in here as though nothing ever happened. Have you forgotten how you dishonored us? I should cut you down where you stand. Oh ho, that's the Mila. All fire and brimstone. I knew that pretty face could still contort itself into some terrifying shapes. Ah, don't poke, girl. I'm just having fun. But as you wish, I'll go. Canadian, was it? Why don't you join me at the quicksand? I could use some company, and I doubt anyone here would be so kind. Quicksand, also known as the Adventurers Guild. Methinks. Let's leave. Sure, why not? Oh, you came. Sorry you had to witness that little reunion between me and Mila. The Sword of Nald, back from the dead. You'd think I'd be greeted by throngs of adoring fans, not threats of violence. Listen, Canadian, you're good with a sword, that's plain to see, but more than that, you've got purpose. There's a fire burning within you. As a former man of conviction, I can recognize a kindred spirit. Geralt named her Frenzy. She's one of the magnificent pair of swords that the drunken prodigy forged for Colosseum champion. The man who wielded her twin had eyes that burned like yours. Canadian, all this sort of nod would come for your head. If you do that, then how the hell am I supposed to enjoy my ale? Arrogant fool, prepare to meet your maker. Well, ain't you a bunch of impudent, humorless fellas? Up for a bit of fun, Canadian. I'll lead, you follow. Why not? A little midday murder is what I prefer. He still gets blind. Upset. Get in. Murder. Didn't think he'd go so far as to send a gang of sellswords into the quicksand in broad daylight. Why is it never a bevy of beauties? Let's continue this another time, shall we? I need to find a new place to drink, one with more attractive company than this sorry lot. Fair. Report to Mila. My apologies, Canadian. I meant to teach you a new technique earlier, but when that idiot arrived, I completely forgot. It's so infuriating. The shield lob technique will allow you to attack from afar without the need for weaponry. Since gladiators are primarily close-range fighters, the ability to draw the attention of distance enemies is a valuable asset. May it serve you well in the field. These are probably the best bet. And there's another one. I'll probably take a helmet. Try to seek shelter at the coffer and coffin, take this potion and search from there. I was stumbling and left the bar to take a piss. Was alone as I recall. Please, what? He was just... Suspicious characters, oh, now that you mention it, I did see a strange fellow wearing a garish purple robe. At first I thought he was talking to himself, but then I realized he had a link pearl. I heard him say something about the wrong man and the silver bazaar. Does that help? Bet. Kinda spooked me a little bit, I won't lie. Purple robe, that sounds familiar. It was him, I swear. Did you find anything else? picked us up by the tracks, eh? Might have well belonged to the bastards. Can't say I was... Might be his Wyman could tell you more. You know him, don't you? He's the bespectacled bloke, always lounging around the city. Of course, being the businessman that he is, he'll probably ask to be compensated in exchange. Well, that ring to Wyman, you sure to know something. Okay. Well now, if it ain't Canadian, everybody's favorite venture. You're hearing you three line at the Gladiators, a questionable decision given the events of recent days, but to each his own. To what do I owe the pleasure? Oh, I put that away before someone sees it. 7 hells, would you get one of those rings? What, don't you recognize the sigil? Goddamn. Well, before you go stumbling around in the brush, you ought to at least know what kind of venomous bastards be lurking in it. Been a long time since Ul'dah's seen a criminal organization rise from obscurity to notoriety as quickly as the Alacran. Word is, they've gotten connections to the Brass Blades and the Syndicate. And God knows who else. But you don't hear that from me. I want no part of whatever mess you and your mates have gotten yourself into, understood? Alright. He doesn't want payment, he wants left out of shit. Canadian, I was wondering when you might return. What news do you bring of our injured comrade? The Alacran, I find that hard to believe, but no matter. One of our comrades returned from Stone's Throw moments ago. A gang of bandits is said to be headed for the Silver Bazaar. They're after a man with an enormous bounty on his head. People living there are in grave danger. In their frenzy to find their quarry, the bandits won't scruple to destroy property and harm civilians. And a few brass blades stationed there will be powerless to stop them. We must stop them, Canadian. We'll protect the Silver Bazaar and avenge our injured guildmate, all in one fell swoop. Bit melodramatic, if you ask me. I couldn't sit idly by while you charge into battle against an enemy you know nothing about. Mila, a responsible guildmaster, would never risk the lives of her charges like this. Who are you to lecture me about responsibility? Mila, listen to me. This is the Alacran you're dealing with. So, whatever notoriety they may have achieved means nothing to me. We'll cut them down like the common bandits they are. Not that simple. More importantly, it's not your fight. What are you saying? They want me, Mila. I've been fending off assassination attempts ever since I returned to Thanalan. Just stay here and let me handle this. It'll be over soon, I promise. Just stay here a while. Just stay here while you go off on your own. Is that it? It's been 7 years since I let you leave. All this 7 years. Do you have any idea? Any idea at all what you put? I don't want to hear it, you selfish bastard. Do you even care about the people who suffered because of you? Just get out. We don't need your help. We'll settle this ourselves. There's something you need to know. Enough. Get out. Alright. Save some of that for the Alacran, but do try not to let Canadian here come to harm while you're at it. Alright, time to murder some Alacran people. What gate is that again? Gate of the Sultana. Ah, quite the walk. Oh, I think I was going on. No, I was going the right way. It's just actually really far away. There you are, Canadian. Everyone's in position. Are you prepared? Ready as I'll ever be, I suppose. That is a lot of fast blades. Did it. I think. Rejoice, gladiators, for the day is ours. What? But why would you be... Oh, stop! Such brutal blades, so easily broken. Perhaps the first sword is made of stronger steel. Leave her, Zana. Our business here is over. What have you done, Leavold? Your soul, I must withdraw. The wounded need tending. Let us take them back to the guild. Well, I'm definitely not walking back. Give me a moment, Canadian. I need to think. I wanted to spare you this, Mila. I begged you not to go. I knew. You knew all this. That Leovold had. Leovold and I once fought side by side in the Colosseum. The twin swords of Naldthal, they called us. Never lost a match. Honored by the Bull of Alamigo himself. That was then, and this is now. When I learned Leovold single-handedly transformed the Alacran from a gang of common thieves into the most feared criminal organization in Thanalan, I knew I had to return. It seems like a lifetime ago that the three of us used to train together in this hall. The Leovold I knew would never stoop so low. He was a good man, strong and true. What would drive him to do this? When I find him, I'll be sure to ask. Unfortunately, he seems determined to kill me for my curiosity. Why aren't you telling me that? I'm not clever enough to keep secrets, my dear. I'm a simple man, only capable of dealing with what's right in front of me. That's so. I'll find him, Mila. Promise. Need a helmet. Spirit magic helmet. Well, in this case, a sword and magic helmet, but... Well, this is the dumbest looking helmet. Why is it dyed yellow? What colors do I have? I got pink. Got horrific yellow. I got a blue. Yeah, I got like a blue. That kind of fits. Whatever. That's literally has to be better than what I'm. Sword. Alright, Black Shroud. Bent Branch Meadows. Quarry Mill, Camp Tranquil. Hawthorne Hut, yeah, that's not. I think this is like a level 50 area over here. So if I leave out the south and go down to Bent. It's a good thing I got these tickets to teleport me over there, because Central Shroud. Central Shroud. Mapping the realm. Central Shroud. Alright, so we go to Bent Branch Meadows. Get that Aetherite. Run down to Tamtara. Finish that off. Head to the pub. Have a few pints. Wait for this all to blow over. Where the heart is. Level. I think around here is one of the quests where you, like, make your chocobo like a buddy that'll follow you. Why? There we go. Okay. I did attune to that, right? Yeah. Cool. Perfect. You're a Canadian bear lad, I take it. I forgot that's my last. Thanks for helping us out, friend. No doubt the Bowlord has already informed you, but your task is to enter the Deep Croft and purge it of the Lambs of Dalamud. In case you're unfamiliar with them, the cult emerged shortly before the Calamity, put an end to the Sixth Astral Era. Cultists took the lesser moon Dalamud for their god, believing that it would deliver them from the devastation, and so they were rather disappointed when Dalamud exploded into 1,000 flaming pieces before it could completely descend. Now, having seen their god turn to ash, one would think that the cultists might feel moved to question their faith. On the contrary, it served only to stoke the flames of their fanaticism. The Lambs of Dalamud are convinced that heretics, that is to say, everyone but them, interfered with the coming of their Lord and Savior, and that it's now their sacred duty to avenge him. Whatever it is they're doing in the Deep Croft, you may be sure that it's no good. That no good will come of it. For the sake of Gridania and Eorzea at large, put an end to their madness. See, these are things that, like, I had no idea about. I just figured there's some undead in the crypt, go kill them. Guess not. There's no way I'm gonna make it to that. Upper Lenosha, Oakwood, South Shroud, Paths, Fanland, Footfalls. This is just a quest to unlock the housing district. I think since I haven't technically joined a Grand Company, I can't make any seals, which kind of sucks. Okay. Already thinking it's so easy. Not really any point to going that way. The bear lad himself. Yes. Indeed. This might have been a bit much, I admit. How are you liking the story so far? Do the bare bits it includes? It's a little more concise than I remember, I admit. I don't know, like... It's definitely a little better than I gave it credit for, I think. But I haven't really got too far into it, so we'll see. We'll see if the cutscenes start to wear on me. But I am determined to see it through. And I am determined to spam Total Eclipse for the next 8 hours. Because that's all Gladiator is until you hit Paladin. Yeah, you know... Well, I'm glad you're giving it a chance. I made a lore alt for the same reason. Yeah, you know, honestly, as much as I gave this game shit for its story and giving me unskippable cutscenes, I've actually never given it a chance since AR. Like, I stopped listening to story around level, like, 30 when I hit Brave Locks because I thought it was incredibly stupid. And ever since then, I've skipped every cutscene, so, you know... I don't think the level 30 story is really like what I should be basing my opinions on. Yeah, I did the same thing. I mean, it's just like when the story brings you to like the climax of doing Brave Locks Long Stop. It's like, we gotta get cheese from the Goblin Cheese Illuminati. You know, it's just like, maybe this is just a little ridiculous, you know? But, you know, It was cheese all along. Yeah, it was cheese. And the worst part was that you were getting cheese for a surprise party for yourself. I couldn't think of like a worse waste of the Warrior of Light's time. Like, I couldn't come up with one. And honestly, like, I don't remember enough about the story to know which parts they shortened or cut out. So, like, I know that they cut it down by a few quests. I don't know how big that was, but... %, of the quest? That's not bad. I mean, if they just got rid of, like, the worst ones, that's, like, a fairly good number. Oh, yeah. Isn't there a way to, like... I want to make sure I get the... Yeah, okay. I'm just gonna, like, run around here. There we go. Come on. There we go. Yeah, honestly, I was surprised with the early name drops too. Like, they bring Gaius into the story, like, within the first, like, 14 levels. They're like, yeah, this is a big bad guy. You're gonna deal with him eventually. Here's the, you know, the Imperials are a problem. I just assumed that we didn't even see them because, like, you don't have to kill any of them. It's just, like, cutscene shit, and I didn't see any of it. Or I didn't remember having seen it. Really? Hello. And then the entire crystal flower quest line is shortcut too. Oh, right, I have to go forward and then barrier. And it has been a long time since I've gotten this. In the Cultist Rosary. I'm doing the Binding Coils quest and reading all the stuff. Alice is a bit more understandable after it all. Yeah, that makes sense. That's like the Binding Coil is like big on their story. Should be, considering second coil and oh, okay, we're just gonna go ahead and LB these guys sick. Good call, that's actually like way more damage than they do to the boss. I'll have to read through all that stuff too. See the raid stuff again. Like, I didn't pay attention to any of the story. As far as I'm concerned, we killed a snake because it was in our way. We killed a robot because it was in our way. Like, it's led up to us killing Twin Tanya and moving on. And we did it because there were chests in there that gave us gear and we wanted them. Danger Noodle, delete it. Robot elevators, delete it. Yeah, honestly. I genuinely felt like the elevator was, like, the hardest one. Like, back in the day, like, when you're in your dark light gear and shit, trying to do, like, T4, or T3 it would have been. I think, no, it would have been T4. My god, those dreadnoughts fucking hurt. Those are honestly some of my best memories of this game. Is like doing T1, hanging out, just like I was completely new to MMOs. I had no experience whatsoever. So it was, everything was just so fantastic. I still remember I was like freaking out during my first Crystal Tower run. And Sheldon was like, calm the hell down, it's not that special. But I was like, this is so cool! This is so awesome! I never played an MMO before, this is like a raid. You know, Sheldon had told me all of his stories about like being a World of Warcraft raider, and I thought he was just the coolest person in the entire universe. I was just fucking small, little baby 18-year-old RJ. I was talking a little bit earlier about how, like, there really is no recapturing that first experience with Final Fantasy. Even if you restart, like, you know so much about it, about the game. I was a black mage and then Jesse stole it. You can kind of get the same difficulty by doing min-eye level, no echo. Yeah, it won't be quite the same. Yeah, I mean, it never can be. That's why I've always said, like, if I could pick... I still want the memories of playing the games with my friends, but if I could just forget... like, everything I know about Dark Souls, that would be amazing. Same thing with Final Fantasy. I wish I could just, like, forget everything I know about it. And play it again. Ooh, 2 more player commendations. Ah, I'm shorted 1. I've done 2 dungeons, and now I didn't get 1 of the commendations. Should sneak RJ in with us on Friday. What are you doing on Friday? Twintania, min-eye level, no echo. Ooh, Twintania. Oh, that's classic. Twisters, fucking... all that shit, god. It's actually kind of fun. Those were simpler times, man, I tell you. You know what? Yeah, just go to Worm 1. I don't care. I just need to do this quest, so I'm allowed to go here. Yeah, I don't really care about the housing cutscene. So, speak with the serpent person. I think we did it in ARR, but we did it with Echo. Didn't get to do it in ARR, so I want to do it. I might just tank it. That's fair. When we did it in ARR, which I actually think is the last time I did it, I was Paladin. Because Jesse stole my Black Mage. I'll never forgive him for that. Ugh, my computer is just... Like, I felt the frame drop when I loaded into the zone. Jesus. There are so many people playing. It's actually so cool to run through these zones and see, like, people doing fates and running around and everything. It is... It's very nostalgic. Running through a lot of these areas is very nostalgic, because I haven't done it, like, actually ran through them. You know, not on a mount, just zooming through it, in so long. It's been years, like, years upon years. Welcome back, Canadian. I'm reliably informed that your foray into the Deep Croft was a success. Nor did I expect anything less. Bateron's ringing endorsement left me a little doubt as to your capabilities. Left me in little doubt? Holy fuck. I can't read. Left me in little doubt as to your capabilities. Even so, you are to be commended. Bowlord Lewin asked me to pass on his thanks. Must say, it's something of a relief to be able to call upon such a capable adventurer. I am quite awesome. Sadly, death has become an ever more common occurrence within our fraternity of late. Times being what they are, the guild is constantly inundated with petitions, and we're hard-pressed to find enough hands to deal with them all. While this means no shortage of work for able souls such as yourself, it also provides ample opportunity for the inexperienced to overreach themselves, with predictable consequences, as if to illustrate the point. Meanwhile, I sit here in Praetorium for my MSQ roulette. Well, you know what? Fucking rip. I'm gonna be the person that initiates one of those soon enough. Oh yeah, and I'm really glad we have so many new players. Yeah, it's it'll be nice. The endgame story gets me every time, though. You know, I'm actually kind of excited because, like, I don't necessarily hate this. I just think, like, especially when I started playing the game, there was a sort of pressure to get up quickly, you know, because, like, when I started playing, Sheldon was already formulating our first meticulous raid group. And it's like, oh, you know, we need you max level, we need this. And I was kind of reading the story, I wasn't really that into it, and then Sheldon's like, oh yeah, you know, we really need you for this, and it kind of lit a fire under my ass to get it finished. And so I just kind of, you know, like, the story, I wasn't that into the story, and the Brayflux thing kind of put me off of it, but it was also, like, I was kind of forced into just speedrunning it, and then by the time I hit max level and skipped all the endgame content to get to Coil, it's like, okay, well, at this point, I've missed all the prerequisite knowledge to understand what the fuck is going on. So, I'm just gonna skip the rest of it. Fuck it. Avir's gone, and it's all your fault. If it hadn't taken you an age to heal him, he would still be alive. But I tried. He bolted out of range before I could finish the spell. He shouldn't have been so hard-pressed in the first place. We should have done more to lighten his burden. Ah, to the hells with this pathetic excuse for a party. I'm leaving, and it would be too soon if I never seen your faces again. Goodbye and good riddance. Hey, this is how most groups for Savage content go. I'm leaving as well. I doubt this comes as any surprise, but I never liked you. I only suffered you for your healing. But you couldn't even do that one thing right. Cool though it may sound, you brought this upon yourself. Rest in peace is that person. Oh, and by the way of some parting advice, get rid of Avir's head. Bury it, cremate it, do whatever the hells you like with it, but for God's sake, stop carrying it around. It's just get rid of it, alright? Wait, don't leave me alone, please. I'm so sorry, Avir. Please forgive me. Oh, that's the one for Palace of the Dead. I get it now. This is the beginning of that whole thing. I had no idea. Now, wait a minute. So that Avir mount is actually kind of fucked up. Now that I'm thinking about it. Scenes like this scenes like this have become all too common. That makes a dozen times in half as many days. Now you see why I'm grateful for adventurers of your experience. I can send men like you on a mission without worrying that you might not return. Well, not so much at any rate. Speaking of missions, I would entrust you with another. About a bell ago, I received a message from my counterpart in Ul'dah. She seeks the services of a reliable adventurer, and you are nothing if not reliable. If you think you might be interested in this task, say the word, and I will be glad to share the details. Oh, so I have to go speak to the person that, like, I began with and should already know me? I understand that you can start in one of 3 places, and they had to generalize a bit, but... God, what is with all the people playing music everywhere? As I mentioned earlier, the request comes to us from the Adventurers Guild. Once you arrive, seek out Momody, the proprietress of the Quicksand. Think of her as the Sultan's version of myself. Chances are she'll send you into the midst of danger, but I have every confidence that you'll pull through unscathed and go off Canadian, and good luck. I mean, that one's really good. That person was fucking rocking. Gonna see if Sheldon will be alive for T5 as well. God, that'll be like a fucking... That's a trip down memory lane for sure. I'll even have Sheldon there to yell at me, just like old times. Welcome to the Quicksand, friend. I'm a tad busy right now, but you wouldn't mind sharing... Oh, it's you, Canadian, and there I was. Spelt in the same tired line. Oh, so they do have different dialogue. That's actually kind of cool. Mian sent word that you'd be reporting for duty. She also made a point of calling you the adventurer of the moment. That ain't no small praise coming from her. But you didn't come all the way here to listen to my prattle. Doubtless you're eager to get started, so let's talk business, shall we? Man, I just have an overwhelming urge to give her, like, a Texan accent whenever she talks. Commissioner ought to be arriving any moment now. God's almighty, another second under that sun and I would have been set afire. A tankard of ale, if you'd be so kind. Excellent timing, Papa Sean. It just so happens the adventurer who will be handling your petition is here. Oh, why, if it isn't my good friend Canadian. It does my spirit well to know that you'll be the one who will be helping us. Mayhap you like to apprise Canadian of his mission? Yes, of course. The petition in question was submitted by an acquaintance of mine at Amagina and Sons Mineral Concern. It's related to an unfortunate development at Copperbell Mines. The planned giants of seas control the place. These giants are of the clan known as the Hecatoncheers, fearsome creatures who were sealed within the deepest depths of the mine during the bygone Thorn Dynasty. Alas, it seems they've managed to break through the layer of rock which served to imprison them, and now prowl the tunnels where the miners ply their trade. The creatures are justifiably angry about their treatment at the hands of our ancestors, and their presence has forced the suspension of all mining activities on the site. No wonder they're angry. Didn't the Thorn Dynasty come to an end over 300 years ago? You know your history well, milady. The people of that age used the Hecatoncheers to work their mines by way of enchanted helms. They're able to bind the ferocious creatures to their will, but as is oft the way in such tales, these enchantments eventually failed, and the slaves rose up against their masters. In a desperate bid to contain the unbridled fury of the Hecatoncheers, our ancestors induced the collapse of the mine's lowermost levels. So it was that the Great Giant Revolt was ended, buried beneath 100,000 tons of rock. Yikes. Well, now that's got me thinking. I seem to recall there being an article about Copperbell in the Mithril Eye a fortnight ago. It said the mines were being reopened so as to meet the rising demand for building materials. Like as not, our boys dug a bit too deep and freed the giants. Gods, to think the poor creatures are still alive and kicking after 3 centuries. That's a long time to nurse a grudge. They must be seething. Indeed, and that makes them a danger to us all. There will be no mining at Copperbell so long as they remain. For the sake of both peace and prosperity, they must be subdued. This is the task with which we would have you undertake. Jesus, I can't read it all. I'll not deny that the mission will be rife with danger, but our need is great, and so I beg you, put an end to this sorry business. Gods bless you. I feared you might have reservations, but I assure you it is for the best. In case you didn't know, Copperbell Mines is in western Thanalan. Do take care, you hear? And one last thing before you depart. An employee of Amagina and Sons is presently at the Quicksand. The fellow's name is Painted Mesa, and he knows Copperbell Mines well. It may behoove you to seek his counsel. So you're the adventurer who volunteered to deal with the mess down in Copperbell, are you? You got guts, mate. I just hope you've got skills to go with them. Because things ain't pretty down there. The Hecatoncheers have left the place in a right state, and nary a week after mining resumed. I don't know if you know this, but Copperbell was old when the Second Old Dynasty was still young, and it was abandoned centuries ago. If it hadn't been for the shortage of materials needed for the rebuilding effort, the concern would never have thought to reopen it. We knew full well about the giants beforehand, but the project went ahead anyway. I mean, nothing could possibly survive being buried under a mountain's worth of rock for 3 centuries, right? Wrong. The miners dug up more than they bargained for. One swing of the pickaxe too many, and they found themselves in the company of giants. Unless we can subdue them, the nation's glorious recovery will grind to a halt for want of aught to build with. Stone torches are keeping watch over the entrance in case the giants fancy some sunlight and fresh air. One of them will be able to show you the way in. The hope of the nation is resting on you, friend. Best of luck. Well. Good thing it's not a big deal. I hate to feel like there's a lot of pressure on my shoulders or something. There's been an incident inside Copperbell Mines. We're here to ensure that its effects are contained, but for your own safety, I suggest you stay well away from here. What? You're the adventurer who volunteered to quell the hecatontures? I didn't think that Papa Sean would be able to find someone so quickly, if at all. The giants are content to wreak havoc inside the mines for now, but it's only a matter of time before they think to come outside. The sooner you see them, the better. Make ready the best you can and enter at will. Alright, well, no one answered. So off I go. Well. Suppose I'll be waiting. Cool. Oh. Come on, DPS, I believe in you. I believe in you. Oh. Of course it pops her in the middle of a fate. Ah, well. Oh yeah, right. I forgot. You can actually, like, outrange them. think that there was like a pinch of fire sand over here. Maybe that's what's beyond it. Either way. I just want to get my map completion. It has been so long since I tanked any of these enemies. Ooh, this guy is in a hurry. Ooh! He's in such a hurry, he lost his brain. Oh. Right? That's what I was thinking. Like, red mage levels? I don't even think fucking healers have red at level 20. Is this timed? Yeah, okay, it's just timed. Oof. Well, that's the end of that. She's gone. I'm just trying to like stun for some damage reduction. Because I have absolutely zero cooldowns. Hey, I can use those. Did I get everything? No, like bits I left, right? Yeah, okay.
Slaves no more. Free, free.
I understand completely. But we're still gonna kill you.
Never again. Never.
Come on, boys, we can do it. Let's go. Let's go. Big dick damage, boys. Big dick damage. There we go. Let's go. It's that easy. I do not want this, and I want this. I will take the rest of it home. I think I have the full set now. I do. Look at that. I don't have any jewelry, but that's fine. I got a player combination. Of course I did. Report to Painted Mesa. Okay. True skill. Into a copper hell. Ah, the Conqueror Copper Bell returns. Thanks to you, our mining operations can resume, and Ul'dah will have the materials she needs to rebuild. The entire nation is in your debt, friend. I'll share the good tidings with Papa Sean the next time I see him. As for you, you'll want to report to Momody. Oh, it'll do the woman well to see you alive and in one. No! Uh-oh. Shut your mouth, you thieving little swine. You stole from me. Don't even think to deny it. Please, sir, I didn't steal nothing. I bought this, paid for it with me own coin. What rot? You refugees are all the same. Can't afford maggoty mole meat, much less a cut of dodo. I'm gonna say it one more time. Give back what you stole, or I'll make you wish you never set foot in this town. By rights, I should turn you over to the brass blades, you know. Help keep the streets safe for law-abiding citizens. But I'm a reasonable man. If you agree to serve me in whatever capacity I require, the authorities needn't hear of your crime. What a scumbag. But I ain't done nothing wrong. 12 is me witness. Please, adventurer, help me. I beg of you. It's funny because mole meat and dodo are dirt cheap. Honestly. And like 2 gil. If you like, you could steal from the well or the fountain in Ul'dah and get 2 gil. Swear on me, mother's grave. 1 gil from the market board, 24 from a vendor. Like, yikes. Can't afford dodo meat. Christ, they really are poor. Swear on me, mother's grave, I didn't steal nothing. I bought this with the coin I'd saved. Well, it's I don't know if she means, I know she means multiple coins, but hey, that's correct. Even in our terms. I only wanted to treat me children to a decent meal. Oh god, that Rogaden's going in. His insult is just stupid. I feel like they probably pay them in at least 100 gil. Honestly. And who the hells are you when you're at home? This dog's master? I've had enough of this farce. You lot, teach them a lesson. Buddy, I hate to tell you this, but you just made the worst mistake of your life. What do you mean not bad for an adventurer? Buddy, you can't touch me. I'm simply too fast. Bugger, bugger, bugger! Get destroyed. I just murdered 3 people in broad daylight in the middle of the street. I'm sure nobody will have anything to say about that. Oh, they're still alive. Okay. I ain't getting paid enough for this. Honestly, same. Hey, where the hell do you think you're going? Thank ye, kind adventurer. Thank ye thrice over. Ugh. I'm having a stroke again. swear there were more refugees than when I last looked. And you wouldn't be mistaken. But it's been 5 years since the calamity. Why are they only coming here now? Simple, really. While a number of hamlets survived the immediate aftermath of the calamity, many were no longer able to support their communities. The residents found their land had either been rendered barren or cut off from trade routes, and problems like those aren't easily solved. Though they tried to make the best of it, it was only a matter of time before they were forced to abandon their homes and seek a new life in the city. I see. But the calamity affected the whole realm, didn't it? Is the same thing happening in the other cities? The talk is true? Yes. Though perhaps our situation is more pronounced. Ul'dah has a reputation for being prosperous, so it's natural that the refugees would rather look here first. My heart goes out to them, it truly does, but I would be lying if I said that I wasn't apprehensive. I hope their presence doesn't foment lawlessness in the city. Well, if things do take a turn for the worse, we always have the immortal flames. Dare say the brass blades would welcome their help. The heroes who fought the Garlean Empire, patrolling the streets for riffraff. It may well come to that. Impoverished and desperate as they are, you may be sure that some of the refugees are time. You know what this place is like. If you have no coin, you have hope. What will become of our city? Not all refugees are bad-minded. Some are able to find employment and lead honest lives. Dodo tenderloins. Get your dodo tenderloins. Guaranteed cheapest in Thanalan. Thank you for your custom, madam. Please come again. She did buy it. She wasn't even lying. Look around. You'd think that Ul'dah was well on its way to recovery. But peer through the veil of prosperity and you'll see no end to the misery and suffering. Yeah, Thanalan's corrupt, water's wet, air is breathable most of the time. Sir, are you alright? No, I had a stroke. You brought me back, though, thank you. What now? You mean to threaten a defenseless citizen? What, saw her buy that meat, you say? That's absurd. Aye, as did I. Leave the poor woman alone, you damnable vulture. Who said that? Yeah, get him. Fuck that guy. Or I will overlook this, but just this once. Yeah, you better get out of here, or I'll stab you next. Gods bless you, adventurer. If you hadn't come along when you did, who knows what monsters would have done. It don't bear thinking about it. True. Move on. Ooh, another cutscene. That's cool. Am I having another stroke? Oh, no. All's well that ends well. Tancred? Yeah. We meet again. Pray do not mistake my intent, for it is always honorable. But I have been watching you ever since you departed Ul'dah. You played the part of envoy to perfection, confident as a man on a diplomatic mission should be, yet unfailingly courteous to your betters. And when your travels led you into the midst of danger, you faced it without so much as a flinch. You, my friend, are quite a marvel, and I confess to being somewhat in awe of you. But my lavish praise continues. Most of all, I was struck by your readiness to aid those in need, even when words were all the reward you could expect to receive. Such selflessness is a rare thing in this day and age. All of which leads me to conclude that you are indeed the one whom I have been looking for. An adventurer possessed of a very rare set of qualities. To be sure, your rescue of that damsel in distress was more of a happy accident, but rescue her you did, and that is what matters in the end. I feel I should mention at this point that I also harbor a burning interest in a certain talent of yours I speak of your visions. You have been experiencing visions, have you not? Well, it just so happens that I know a woman who shares your talent and can help you understand it. She and I belong to the same organization, and we should both be delighted beyond words if you would agree to join our cause. Naturally, there are benefits to being part of such a collective. For one, we should be glad to assist you in realizing your potential as an adventurer. You need not give me your answer now. Think upon it, and if you feel moved to help us, as I pray you shall, speak with Momody, the ever-lovely and youthful mistress of the quicksand. Tell her the scions of the Seventh Dawn have found their man, and she will tell you where to find us. Alright. Oh, wow, that guy is just rocking the pompadour. Oh, Hank the Tank. This boy knows. This is a beautiful man. Scenes like that are becoming ever more common, I'm afraid. Don't worry, though. If you work hard, you'll probably be alright. Saying that, if you ever find yourself in a spot of bother, come and see me. Just don't go pestering me every time you graze your knee, eh? Of course, I do enjoy hearing tell of a gentleman's woes with the women folk from time to time. Ah, Canadian, sorry to keep you waiting. I was just providing guidance to a fresh-off-the-carriage adventurer. God, it's good to see you safe and well. To look at you, no one would ever guess you'd been hard at it with giants in the dark. Never doubted for a moment that you'd succeed, of course, and neither did Papachon, which ain't to say he won't be overjoyed. Oh, before I forget, there's a lass here who wants a word with you. Didn't actually know your name, but hearing her description, I knew who she meant right away. Thank you for sparing the time. I realize you don't know me, but I've been longing to speak with you for a while now. My name is Etta. I'm an adventurer like you, though I'm not very good at being one, if truth be told. Anyway, I was adventuring with my friends in Gridania we were in Gridania when the leader of our party was killed. His name was Avir, and he and I were to be wed in the spring. You may not remember him, but to say that he remembered you would be an understatement. He would sing your praises from dawn to dusk. He saw you for what you are, you see, an adventurer's adventurer, and swore that he would be like you one day. I believe that he would have succeeded had a fiend not robbed him of the chance. Since that day I have thought long and hard about giving up adventuring. When I think of the man you are, of all that you've achieved, I find that I am inspired, just as Avir once was. And so I've decided to start again as an adventurer. I will go back to the village of my birth and begin my training anew. But I wanted to meet you first, to ask you your name. I'm Stephen. Canadian bear lad, I shan't forget. Pray that we'll meet again. Fare you well. Adventuring can be cruel, bleeding business. Time was, I didn't know why anyone would bother. When they first asked me to take charge of the guild here, didn't want aught to do with you lot. Thought it'd be a right pain in the arse looking after you all. But against my better judgment, I decided to accept the post, and I'm full glad I did. I feel privileged to be a part of your lives. And that goes double for yours, Canadian. But what do you say? You want to know about the scions of the Seventh Dawn? We're beginning to move in earnest, then. Listen, Canadian, the Scions ain't no ordinary folk, and the work they do ain't no ordinary work. I know full well how capable you are, but even you would think twice about attempting some of the stuff they do. Knowing that, if you're still certain you want to get involved, I'll tell you what I can. Go for it, Momody. It's not like I have a choice. Momody is ready to tell you what she knows about the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. You want to know more? Then do you? Well, it ain't that a surprise. I swear, if I painted certain death on one door and limitless wealth on the other, 9 out of 10 adventurers would go through the first, and the other bloke wouldn't be able to choose on account of being well done. Anyway, don't say I didn't warn you. First of all, if you're wondering whether you can trust these Scions of the Seventh Dawn, you can. They're good people who have made it their mission to solve some of Eorzea's most pressing problems. Of course, that ain't no small task, and so they're always looking for dependable individuals to join them. Individuals like you. Now, I've been given leave to tell you where to find the Scions, but you must promise to keep this information to yourself, as you can probably imagine it's something Eorzea's enemies would very much like to know. Scions are headquartered in Vesper Bay, out in western Thanalan. The place you're looking for is called the Wakened Sands. Give your name to whoever's at the entrance and you'll be let in. You're a man in demand, Canadian, and the days ahead promise to be busy, but I hope you won't forget your old friend Momedy. Drop in and tell me how you're faring from time to time. You hear? Right, well, I've said my piece. Off you go. Alright. Thought I got a couple Aether. Vesper Bay or something. Oh no, I get them as a reward for this. I get 12 of the fucking... Okay. Well, then I have to go there first. Okay, while I'm teleporting, I'm gonna go to the washroom real quick, and I'll be right back. All right. I want my chocobo. I'm level frickin' 25. Actually, that means I should go do my paladin quest, probably. Or not paladin, man. Gladiator. Level 25. Tataroo. Deep in the desert of my heart, a lonely flower blooms, yearning for the heavens above to quench my thirst for you. Roll. What? I would thank you not to sneak up on me like that. Now please be advised that this is a private property. Unless you have pertinent business here, I must ask you to... Here at the behest of Thancred. Ugh. My sincerest apologies. May I please have your name?
Oh, Gary, I want some beans.
Canadian Bear Lad. Canadian Bear Lad. Ah, here you are. Ahem. I bid you welcome to the Waking Sands, headquarters of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. My name is Tataru, and I look forward to assisting you during your time with us. The antecedent is within the solar. I shall let her know to expect you. I take it you're Canadian Bear Lad? Tataru sent word that you'd arrived. Lady Manphilia is eagerly awaiting your coming. This way, if you please.
So you're the adventurer of whom I've heard so much. Well met, friend. My name is Minphilia, and I lead the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. I have awaited your coming. Please, be at ease. You are among friends here. No doubt you are ripe to burst with questions. But have patience. All will be revealed in time. First, let me begin by telling you who we are and what we do. We are the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, an order that transcends political boundaries. Our single objective is the preservation of the future of Eorzea. Among our gravest concerns are the godlike beings known as the Primals. Their existence is a bane upon Eorzea, nay, the world at large, and we have striven to find a lasting solution to the threat they pose. Our order is home to a number of individuals who, like you, possess a rare and special talent. This talent takes various forms, but one holds particular interest for us. Tell me, have you ever experienced a sudden, inexplicable loss of consciousness? Have you ever had the sensation of being pulled away from reality? Felt as though you were hovering in space? A mind without a body?
Several
All
times.
these things are the manifestations of your talent. Yours is the power to transcend the boundaries of the soul, a power known as the Echo. The Echo allows you to pass through the walls of a man's soul and hear the resonations of his past. You will be there in his memories and see things as he saw them. You may even interact with that which you see, though you cannot change the outcome of events. For another blessing, the Echo will enable you to know a man's mind even if you cannot comprehend his words. In short, the Echo is a truly extraordinary power, and this power is strong within you. It is only a shame that we cannot use it whensoever we choose. That's right. I too possess the Echo. With that established, let us return to the subject of the Primals. So long as they exist, the realm cannot take so much as a single step towards true peace. Measures must be taken. Measures which transcend boundaries, be they of faction, race, language, or creed. And to do so, the Scions require the aid of those with our talent. Make no mistake, the Echo will be instrumental in dealing with the primal threat. Without it, we cannot hope to save the realm. I know not what it is you desire for yourself, nor what it was that first brought you to Eorzea. But I firmly believe that the power we possess was given to us for a purpose. Why else would the gods entrust man with a gift so extraordinary, if not to have him use it? And so I implore you, lend us your power.
Maybe. Naturally, your aid will not go unrewarded. We are fortunate to have a number of influential allies, and at a word from me, they will gladly afford you certain privileges that might otherwise be denied you. The right to employ retainers, for example. Are you familiar with them? They are individuals who may be relied upon to manage your assets and belongings on your behalf. The papers you requested, my Thank you, Tataru. Pleasure is mine, my lady. By way of a welcoming gift, I have taken the liberty of adding your name to the retainer's registry. As of now, you are entitled to employ the services of a retainer. You'll need to consult a retainer vocate regarding the particulars of this arrangement. Okay, cool. This is just a retainer tutorial. It is important that all concerned are aware of what is expected of them. Now you know your purpose and what we offer you. I invite you to consider joining us. When you have come to a decision, you may tell me without fear. In good faith, I shall entrust you with our order's password, which our members used. Wild Rose. Keep it safe. Cool. Safeguard the future of Eorzea. Among our greatest concerns are the godlike being those of the primals. Long as we've striven to finding a lasting solution to the threat they pose. I don't know what it is you desire for yourself in order to prosper you to Eorzea, but I firmly the power we possess us for a purpose. Pray consider this when you give me your answer.
I take it you will help us. Wonderful!
Why not?
I knew you wouldn't let us down. But come, I would introduce you to your friends in the Order. Tell me, does the name Sharlayan ring any bells? It used to be one of Eorzea's 6 city-states, and was situated in the northwest of Aldenard. The Sharlayans were the keepers of wisdom both old and new. Their mastery over magic and ether was unsurpassed, and even the Garleans knew to fear them. Among their number, there were a noble few who devoted their lives to safeguarding the future of Eorzea. When the realm began its descent into chaos, and their countrymen fled for the motherland, they alone chose to remain here. These noble men and women were called the Archons. Those same brave souls stand before you now. The masked woman is Ida, and beside her is Popalimo. The two are charged with surveying the Twelveswood.
Hello there.
Welcome.
Okay, my turn to introduce someone. That there is Thancred.
He is our man here in Ul'dah.
Welcome to the team. I never doubted that you'd come. If I may, the lovely maiden beside me is named Y'shtola. Limsa Lominsa has the pleasure of being under her care.
Greetings. Last but not least is Urianger, who presides over all affairs within these halls. Pray seek him out whenever you have questions.
Dawn may banish even the darkest night. The words of a dear friend. I am glad of our meeting.
At the Battle of Carteneau, our leader was taken from us. But we did not stray from our purpose. We sought out Minfilia and others with her talent, and together establish the Scions of the Seventh Dawn.
Along with the Archons, those blessed with the Echo play a pivotal role in our endeavor to forge a brighter tomorrow for the realm. Oh, I should also introduce you to Tataru, our clerk. She ensures that everything runs smoothly.
Pleased to make your acquaintance.
I didn't know she had a voice.
I hope you will come to think of us as
I've never heard her speak.
But without further ado, I would assign you your first task. Urianger, have the documents arrived from the students of Baldessian?
Aye, my lady. They arrived but recently.
We have received a request for aid from the Immortal Flames.
Who is Urianger's voice actor? Also the voice for Balthier from Final Fantasy XII. I fucking knew it! I fucking knew it! You can't slip that by me. I knew that was Balthier the second he opened his mouth.
Thancred, would you do the honors?
It would be my pleasure. Some days ago, a crystal caravan registered to Amagina and Sons mineral concern was waylaid and divested of its cargo. But there is more. Within a bell of the robbery, several people were reported missing from the shantytown outside the city.
At a glance, one would assume the involvement of bandits, kidnappers, and coincidence. Such crimes are hardly uncommon, and the Immortal Flames deal with their like almost every day. However, this time we have reason to believe that a primal is involved.
Aye. The evidence left behind implicates the Emulja, who are known worshippers of Ifrit. If we then consider the objects that were taken, there is no room left for doubt. The crimes were committed in the name of a primal.
That you may better understand the nature of our struggle with the primals, I would have you play the leading role in this investigation. You have my... If there is aught you wish to know, I recommend you speak with Thancred. He is well versed in the affairs of Ul'dah.
Ever at your service.
Ever at your service, dear fellow. Okay, speak with Thancred. He is leaning against the wall. You know, Ray, that's the spirit. So when your mission is to investigate a crystal robbery and the space of abduction crimes we believe to be connected, assuming we are correct, it is like that any discoveries we make in relation to one will further our understanding of the other. Now, since the attack on their caravan, our friends at Amagina and Sons Mineral Concern have doubled security over all their shipments. In light of this, it is my judgment that the abduction should be our priority. According to our preliminary findings, the majority of the missing were last seen in the vicinity of Camp Drybones, so that should seem a fine place to begin. A fellow by the name of Isambard serves at the camp's de facto leader. Pay him a visit and see if he gives us his full cooperation. You know, I'm gonna do my quest first for Gladiator. I actually don't remember how the Gladiator story ends. Any interesting? The Alacran are causing shit. Oh, cool! I get a bunch of shit. Canadian, I must apologize for my earlier behavior. As first sword, my duty is not only to foster growth as a gladiator, but to also protect you from dangers you are not yet ready to face. I did not know that Leovold had become the leader of the Alecran. Had he chosen to bear his steel at us, many and more of us would not have returned alive. I need to know why he's turned to a life of crime, and so I've ordered my best men to scour Thanalan for any trace of his whereabouts. Unfortunately, one of them has disappeared. I have strong suspicions that he's been taken prisoner by the Alecran or worse. If there's any hope of saving him, we must act quickly. I would have you search for our missing comrade. His last report stated that he was tracking the Alecran near the Hammers in western Thanalan. If you go there, you may yet find some clues to his fate. I've been far too reckless in recent days and let too many good gladiators come to harm. Please, Canadian, find our missing comrade and bring him home safe. I'll try. Okay, so that is the gate of the Sultana, right? Okay, the Sultana. God, it's gotta be close to me getting my frickin' mount. It's a trap, brother. Huh. Just so happens that I was prepared for that. Oh, some fine swordsmanship, Canadian. Milla, the first sword, certainly knows how to pick 'em. Even after all these years, I can't quite bring myself to call her that. See, I still remember when her father first brought her into the guild. A wee lass who cried at the sight of naked steel, but to look at her now, you'd swear she was born with a blade in her hand. Not like she had much of a choice but to rise to the occasion, though, what with all the trouble all this got into 7 years ago. Selfish bastard, he should never... But enough of my rambling. I'll make my way back to Ul'dah after a short rest. You go on ahead and tell Milla that I'm fine. You know, I have to come back to Ul'dah a lot more than I have to come back. Just gonna set this as my point again. I heard all about the ambush at the Hammers. Excellent work. You've been invaluable to the guild, and I cannot thank you enough. In fact, I believe you deserve a much-needed rest. Take some time for yourself, and return when you've recuperated. Before you go, speak with Lulutsu. I believe she has a message for you. And a very gladiator I was seeking. Lean closer if I would not like the others to hear my words. All the senses are guarded and request you meet him at the Lynch Yard in eastern Thanalan. Naturally, I have not divulged this information to the First Sword, as you may have gathered from their previous interactions. She's still quite upset with him and would likely forbid any association. Quite understandable, since he was clearly being groomed to become the next guild's master before that horrible scandal. Ah, they would have made such a lovely couple. Forgive me, this is hardly an appropriate topic of conversation. Anyway, you have my word that the First Sword will not hear any of this. Any rendezvous from me. Okay. Here. Might as well progress this before I move on. Your description would be long. She warned you to be wary of the Amalja. It seems you know the culprits are at least. Now I bear no official title at this camp, but the people here have come to look to me for leadership. You have my word that I will do all I can to help see the victims safely return. Level up. Let us get right to it then. When Philia names the Amalja culprits and all this, you would do well to investigate them first. Much harm has been levied on these lands by Amalja hands. The flames burn where they might, but their light cannot stay the darkness in all places at all times. There have been brutal murders of callers at the Church of Saint Adama Landama. Innocents wishing no more than to pay their respects to the dead. Poor souls deserve a proper burial. I would see the deed before mongrels catch their scent, but I know not if the Amalja still linger. Would you secure their remains for me, friend? You will find them on the eastern road. If willing, you may even come to learn something of what the Amalja seek in this area. Okay, so this person wants me to find corpses over there. This one is to go to the church yard. Gonna go radio comm, have fun. Alright, thanks for dropping in and hanging out. Hope you have a good UCOB raid. Well, right now it's, yeah, I'll probably be doing this for, like, at least a little bit longer. I don't know how much I'm going to stay up tonight, but I'll definitely be trying to push through to get past the parts that I kind of remember. Like, I sort of know what happens up until Titan, but after that, I'm fucky. And there's, like, a lot of shit I missed because I was still, like, skipping cutscenes here and there. So I'm sure I'll see you around. And where have you been? Busy drowning in some sweet young thing's eyes? Well, if that's the case, I understand completely. It's been 7 years since Mila's father was laid to rest here. He was mean and stubborn, an old Aldgoat through and through, but gods was he. When he danced with sword in hand, it was pure poetry in motion. Mila's right. There's no way I could know what it was like for her back then, forced to replace her father under such terrible circumstances. And who might you be? Another of Leavold's lackeys. Master Leavold has been most distressed since learning of your return. This is unacceptable. Your master does not deserve your loyalty, kitten. When you've outlived your usefulness, he'll dispose of you like so many others. Believe me, I speak from personal experience. Say what you will, I will not be swayed. She looks awfully determined to kill me. Still, I'm not really in the mood to play. Mind stopping her? Oh, sure, just send me at her. Oh, I get Rage of Alone? Let's fucking go! I miss that animation so much. Easy peasy. You've gotten stronger. Good. I'm glad Mila has a man like you to rely upon. She's her father's daughter, a leader of men, a true warrior, and an obstinate woman who lets her feelings cloud her judgment. Which is why she needs to be surrounded by dependable people who will give her good counsel and keep her temper in check. Now more than ever, stick by her. She needs you more than she knows. She needs you. I want you to listen to a word I said. She needs dependable people. In case you haven't noticed, I'm anything but. Only here because of unfinished business. When it's settled, there'll be no reason left for me to stay. I owe it to her old man to put an end to this, to give him peace in Thal's realm by making that bastard Leavold finally answer for his crimes. Remember what I said, Canadian? Now go. Probably wondering where you are. Ooh. I'll come back. Wait, I can return now. It's free. Literally. Why is it green? Whatever. These aren't even levels fucking 20 quests, my god. I'm like double the level that I'm supposed to be. Good to see you returned. Were you able to secure the remains of our fallen? The bodies given back proper to the earth, the souls will find their way across to the other side. You've done a noble deed this day, I thank you. Now then, what of the Amalja? Did you see any? Surely such massive monstrosities as they cannot conceal their presence, much less take quarry unaware. Ah, so there were Amalja remaining after all. I feared as much. Their part in the Lowborn disappearing is all but confirmed, but I sense there is more to this than meets the eye. The occasional Amalja raiding party would not account for people going missing in these kinds of numbers. The total is too great, and the questions too many. It would not surprise me in the least to learn of another hand in this, but whose? Countless travelers pass through Drybone every day, and even if it were one among them, how would we best discover it would be implicit to vanishings? Say we turn an eye to the common folk themselves. It may be among them that we find the reasons for these vanishing. 12 forbid it be so. There's a merchant by the name of Ungust, who was born here in Drybone and grew up in the Golden Bazaar. A rough character, but he knows the people here better than anyone else. I'd wager he's at the inn, quaffing away the day's earnings. Here, I'll write a note for you to show him, else he's not like to speak to you. Gods be damned, you're that bloody adventurer who threatened me back in Ul'dah. What the 7 L's do you want with me now? And missing people, please. Folk around here as wary as they come. They'll turn tail and run if you so much as pass wind nearby. Paid them all for fools and coax some hard labor out of them, I did. If anything, they're even more timid than before. Well, with all the disappearances, you can go talk to them yourself if you don't believe. Nothing to say but this. Thaltag who or whatever's been feeding off us low folk. What do you want from me? I don't know anything, I swear. Please don't kill me. Talk of who getting abducted. Just me, they simply up and moved on to a better place. This place isn't exactly Costa del Sol, if you know what I'm saying. information you learned, Ottoman Port? I see. I suppose I should have expected as much. Well, another thought occurred to me in your absence. The common folk are nothing if not fervent. Perhaps if they speak freely to their gods, then the clergy may know something. Devious, Isambard. Devious. If we would know what the common folk speak of to their god, we've no better place to ask them than the Church of St. Adamelandima. It is a small and humble church found to the northwest of here. So long as you are headed there, I might as well ask you to deliver this embalmed corpse. A morbid request, I grant you, but it must be borne to burial, and I trust none more than you to see it done. Seek out a man named Marcus. He tends the graves of the Lich Yard. He will tell you where the body is to be interred. Really? Person's name is all calm. Marcus, yes, a body, of course. There have been so many bodies of late. I apologize, sir. If you seek a place of burial and there is an empty grave atop the ridge, take the path and lay him to rest there. And they all walk in Thal's realm. Not missing people. I'm afraid I cannot help you. Maybe Sister Orson can. She's been kind to me. Everyone has been so kind. I don't know why, though. Pardon me. You'll find Sister Orson with a church wall. I hear you've done us a service by burying a fallen soul. Please accept our gratitude and extend it to Isambard and knowledge of missing tribal inhabitants is true that I am closer to people than the order. I confide in them and they in me, and they wish to speak to their keeper Thal. I am the medium through which they do. Should I learn anything pertinent, I will be sure to share this information. I only wish Marquis would be more helpful in the matter. I pray he did nothing to offend. He saw terrible things during the calamity. His scars run deep indeed. He seems to now prefer the company of the dead over the living. Whew. While tragic, I fear such behavior ill befits the church. I received word not long ago that one of our recent visitors, a man called Thancred, I believe, took offense at his conduct. I must have words with Marcus, and soon. Canadian burn is no easy thing, even when the departed is a stranger. Were you able to learn aught of the missing common folk? Keeping yourself rather busy of late, haven't you? Pleasure, my dear Isambard. My name is Thancred, and I share a passion with you and our mutual friend here for learning what has become of these persons and why. I too spoke with Ungust more times than I care to count. There seems to be some truth to his notion that the common folk speaking their secrets only to those in service to the gods. Prostration, prayer, penance, abject deeds done behind closed doors, away from prying eyes. Who better to take the pious unaware than she who takes confession, the good sister Urson herself? Even the most beautiful roses have thorns, my friend, and you would be wise to keep an eye on this rose. Still, the Lich Keeper Marcus. I'd swear to the 12 I've seen that face elsewhere before. This Lord is concerned about the questions surrounding Sister Orson's integrity. It cannot be, though she wont travel to the Golden Bazaar on her own, and it's not uncommon to see her speaking to the children, but no, it could not be she, could it? I grow weary of these suspicions. I know there is one child in particular that she is fond of. Pray seek out the boy, Canadian. See if you cannot glean something from him about Orson's activities. Please help. Sister Orson went all on her own and hasn't come back. She always reads to me right here about Thal and the Order and the other side. I told her I lost a shiny thing and she went looking for it, but what if the monsters outside hurt her? Please find her. You're the one from the church. Thank goodness you arrived when you did. It seems my gratitude is yours yet again. You spoke with the child? Yes, well, I was able to find his lost trinket. It is a ring given to him by his mother before she passed. I will see it safely back to him. Orson was attacked outside the Golden Bazaar? Gods forfend. I will secure a room at the inn for her should she require any rest. Searching for the mementos of orphans and risking her own well-being in doing so, no less, certainly not the dastardly deeds Thancred would have us believe. I'm glad I reserved that inn for Sister Orson. It seems she received greater injuries from her attackers than she initially let on. Thankfully, she is expected to make a full recovery. But now on to the matter at hand. Thancred came looking for you once more. He left word that he will be waiting at the Amalja encampment to the southeast. I pray the two of you are able to uncover some evidence regarding these disappearances. There we go, I got a little money now. Alright. On the road again. Just can't wait to get on the road again. My only love is making music with my friend. I can't wait to get on the road again. Ah, there you are, Canadian. So good of you to come. Indeed, I've heard all about good Sister Orson. Isambard said her wounds were serious. Even my suspicions about the poor Rose were misplaced. But false though they were, perhaps my suspicions were not entirely without merit. Whilst following Sister Orson near the Golden Bazaar, a band of Amalja caught my eye. I tracked them as far as this encampment, but well, let us say that I would much prefer to keep my distance and remain here. This, of course, brings me to why I requested you, dear Canadian. Would you be so kind as to take a look inside? Alright, Thancred, fine. I see how it is. Well, did anything tickle your fancy? Leaflet, see the wealth of Nald to the hands of your children. It looks to be some sort of assembly to provide the poor with work. The lettering, though, atrocious, is it not? These bits about Nald Thal seem somewhat less than studied. I find it hard to believe one among the Order penned this. Pray, take this to the inn at Camp Drybone. Let us see what Sister Orson makes of it. Ooh. 5 hours of reading is bad for my throat. Over here. Next room? Next room. Savior comes again. To what do I owe the honor this day? What is this? Blasphemous. These are not our teachings at all. This is not by any true brother or sister of the Order, of that I can assure you. Come to think of it, weeks ago the church was plagued by missing garments. Could someone be posing as the priests of the Order to deceive the people? What thickens, Canadian? Our culprit pretends to be a priest to lend credence to his deception. There's no doubt an irony in there somewhere. But I suspect we have a worthy adversary on our hands. I shall consider how best to handle this. For now, tell Isambard what we have learned here. I'm like 100 levels over leveled. I just want my mount! I just want a bird! As a priest, to think. These troubling notions aside, it is gratifying to finally be able to move this investigation forward. Thank you once again, Canadian. I shall keep my ears and eyes open, now more than ever. Oh, God. I need a drink. I'll be right back. Whew. I needed some water. My goodness. I'm afraid I have not seen any unusual activity, nor have any at this camp given me cause to doubt them. But unless we can identify the culprit, and soon, more innocents will fall victim. Do not despair just yet, my friend. An idea occurs to me. Our suspect has been posing as a priest, using leaflets bearing false promises to lure the poor. Would Canadian me serve with like by posing as impoverished souls in need of succor? Ah, I dare to hope that this will yield us answers we seek. It will be a dangerous undertaking, but you two are more than capable of looking after yourselves. I'm next to useless in battle, but I can supply the garments for the disguise. These old tunics and slops should serve your needs, as long as you don't mind the smell and the stains. These will serve very well. You have my thanks. Listen, Canadian, so as to lay the foundation of our little ploy, we must make it widely known that more vagrants have arrived at camp and are desperate for coin. To this end, I want you to don the old garments Isambard has lent us and beg for work around the camp. Before long, the false priest should catch wind and approach us. Don't mind the giant weaponry and shit. That's fine. Be gone and see you don't make a nuisance of yourself. That's rather rude. And stupid. I'm like one of the best adventurers ever. And I was about to get to the good part. Looking for work, you say? Sorry, but we don't have any openings. Now get out of here so I can finish my story. Alright. I see how it is. You giant butthole. Greetings, good sir. Is there aught I can assist you with? Oh, I don't believe there is. I'm afraid our wares are very expensive. Mayhap you should rejoin your fellows out at the pond north of Sandgate. What is it? Gods, not again. Look, being poor doesn't give you the right to pester whomsoever you like. Why don't you keep with your own kind out by that muddy pond of yours at Drybone? Oh, very well. Rude ass. Oh, I didn't have my fucking earrings on the whole time! That's like 30% XP below level 50! You have quite a knack for being a nuisance, Canadian. The camp is abuzz with talk of newly arrived vagrants. And though we were unable to attract our wayward transgressor, we were able to learn that the poor of a commune by the pond north of Sandgate, to the east of here. The eyes of the authorities do not reach that place, rather ideal for spiriting away hapless souls. Let us go there and wait for the kindly priest to come and offer us aid and comfort. Needless to say, you'll need to remain in disguise. Oh, for 5-6. fine evening for catching false priests, wouldn't you say? You look absolutely smashing, Canadian, positively dressed for deception. All that's left is to wait for our quarry to appear. Oh, you poor unfortunate souls. This is no way for men to live, no way at all. Who are you? What do you want? Be at ease, child, for I mean you no harm. I am a priest of the Order of Naldthal, and I come to offer you succor. This leaflet bears the teaching of Nald. Trust to them. They will surely set you free from the shackles of penury. A tempting offer, but I'm afraid I must decline. On account of that atrocious performance. You would have made a god's awful mummer, Ungust. What? How did you know? You bastards tricked me. Please don't hurt me. I was only doing it to protect my people. That's so. Do continue. Very well. I'm a man of the Golden Bazar, raised there, if not born. Some moons ago, the Amalja raids began. They would appear sudden as a sandstorm and plunder and pillage at will. Our defenders couldn't stand against them, few as they were. Everyone lived in fear. I wanted to save my people, but being a merchant was all I knew, and so I did the only thing a merchant could. I approached the Amalja in hopes of brokering a deal. In return for sparing the Golden Bazar, they made demands, outrageous ones. Demands of what kind, pray tell? First of all, they wanted the schedule for crystal shipments from the Nawana Trading Company. Next, they wanted me to bring them people, so I posed as a priest to lure in the vulnerable and give them over to the Amalja. I didn't have a choice. Protecting one's home is a noble thing, but at the cost of innocence, you could have sought the aid of the immortal flames that you did not. I suspect you're not telling me the full story. What made you sell out your own people? Speak. The was good. What did you say? The coin was good, I said. I could sell mole meat for a score of lifetimes and not see a fraction of what the Amalja pay me. You sacrificed innocence so that you could line your own pockets? Words fail to express the contempt I feel for you. Spare me your contempt. If you want to blame someone for the mess the world's in, then blame yourselves or the gods. Ugh, not you again. Were you the one leaking the Immortal Flames patrol routes to the enemies as well? Spit it out. No, I know nothing about that, I swear it. At this stage, I'm rather disinclined to believe aught that leaves your mouth, but no matter, there'll be time enough to learn the truth. Be a good man and take word of these developments to Amelia, would you? I shall prize everything I can out of this filth. The abductees are still somewhere out there. Our foremost priority is to rescue them. I know that I have those tokens somewhere. Yeah. Oh, that's so nice. Welcome back, Canadian. I'm pleased that you and Thancred have been getting along. I see you've done well to uncover the truth. My thanks for the report. Thancred said we must ascertain where the abducted were taken. None but the Amalja know the answer. Suffice it to say they will not willingly part with this information. I fear blood will be spilled before all is said and done. Ba 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 ba. Item 15 through 21. That is trash. I have one better. When we seek a peaceful solution to the primal problem, we must needs to be prepared to fight for a cause. Need to stretch. Ugh. Suitably prepared, I would have you meet with the goblin. With a goblin acquaintance of mine. His name is Mutamix Bubblypots, and he is a scholar of no small repute. Mutamix is renowned for having introduced a revolutionary method of enhancing equipment to Eorzea. Knowledge of this method was once a closely guarded secret, but thanks to Mutamix and his students, it has now been disseminated to the great benefit of all the realm. Serve you well to acquire an understanding of the process. For this purpose, I shall lend you a blade. Take it to Mutamix and bid him use it to demonstrate his craft to you. Alright, I will be right back once again. Okay, I am back. Sorry for the long wait. Apparently Taco Time doesn't agree with me. Yes, this is the Joke Goblin. I hate... Cool. I can extract materia. Assuming I can put it in now. And I can use a Vesper Bay token to go straight there. Alright, Minfilia. Thank you for sending me on that trip. Here's your dagger. Oh, what a remarkable difference a single piece of materia can make. Granted, the skills needed to manipulate the substance are not easily acquired. One need only look upon the results to realize such efforts are worthwhile. As I'm sure you are aware, the quality of one's equipment can be the difference between victory and defeat. Your materia may well give you the edge you need. This is literally just a test on... Yeah, got it. I just skipped that, and I didn't mean to. They're pretty much just telling me that fucking... Freed's coming, I'm pretty sure. I'm so used to doing that. If I let my mind wander for even half a second, that's what happens. Ugh. It's just ingrained in me. Which is a big yikes. Ah, you're a Canadian bear lad of the Scions. My thanks for coming, friend. We're stronger for your assistance. Allow me to brief you on our mission. Our objective is to capture Amalja and pry from them the whereabouts of the abductees. The Lizardmen aren't aware that their man, Ungust, has been exposed. When they come to the rendezvous point to meet the traitor, we'll spring the trap. Owing to the clandestine nature of this mission, we can deploy only a small contingent. Every member must count, and so we requested the aid of the Scions. The rendezvous will take place at the Invisible City. Please make your way there and lie in wait. We stand to learn much, and more of the Amalja's plot if the mission succeeds, Canadian. Let's make sure it does. Alright, let's save these fucking people. bait in place. Man is in position here. Good. We make our move as soon as the Amalja appear. Yes, sir. Ranger little ambush ends here. I eluded the Immortal Flame's clutches for moons before finally being caught. Did you not wonder how I managed it? It was almost as if someone was feeding him information from the inside. The Red Moon was known to me ahead of time. Now, as much as I'd love to chat a while, I have appointments. Uh-oh. Traitorous scum. Iridium Aldramine to give us to their god as an offering. I must die, then let me die a soldier's death with stealing. Forgot this is how you fought a freak. Says less than 5 minutes. Oh, daydreaming. Yikes. Average wait time 7 minutes. Going up now. Getting close to level 30. What level is Lord of the Inferno? Oh, it is level 20. Sick. Okay. I think level 20 is when you get your mount? Or when you can get your mount? Everyone is so small. Yikes, what a queue. I went tank for fast queues, and also because I suck at healing. Like, I'm really bad at healing. What does this give me? Ah, I see. Character, big display name settings, own, during battle. Oh no. HP bar settings. When HP is below 100% companions. Bar settings. Guess I already have that. Party members, HP. Companion display name settings. Ever. Pet display name settings. Display name settings. Never. Title display settings. Hide. No, I'll show. First thing. Perfect. Hide. Don't care. Okay. Well, this queue is just ridiculous. Suppose I should be doing something. Hunting log. Almost level 30 and I don't think I've done a single one. Stone Shell, Upper Lenoshea Oakwood. How do I get to Upper Lenoshea? From Middle Lenoshea? You think? Yeah, let's take a look. So, Lenoshea would be the central, the western, Limsa Laminza, middle. This is lower, western, eastern. Does lower lead to upper? Western Lenoshea, middle Lenoshea. It's eastern. This is like Costa del Sol. Yeah, Upper Lenoshea connects to eastern, outer, western. Oh, that's upper. Okay. All right, yeah. So we'll go there. Well, I might as well get some aetherites and stuff. I thinks. I don't know why this is taking so. Nobody queue up for trial anymore? I guess it would be leveling, right? Yeah, a lot of people are done leveling. No real reason to keep doing it, that's for sure. I've had the Aetherites for so long, I haven't had to run between these areas. Oh, you fucking asshole. Yeah. Alright, what am I looking for here? Stone shell in Oakwood. There they are. Withdraw that. South Shroud, Upper Pass. Ooh, there's Wanderer's Palace. One of my favorite dungeons of all time. The one right after it is my favorite dungeon of all time. Pharaoh's Series is by far my favorite. Not necessarily because of the mechanics or because it's particularly hard, but the music in Pharaoh's Series is just so beautiful. It is a sunny day. Where's this lightning coming from? No. Don't kill me. I'm a little baby. No. No. Yeah, you get him, Storm Recruit. Show him who's boss. Thanks. Alright. I'll do it. Eastern Lenosha. Never been there. Well, let's go take a look. I think that's like a roughly level 30 area. I'm like item level 6. Oh, Shroud, Upper Lenosha, Oakwood. There's corals over there? Oh, I guess I'll... Attuned to the Aetherite. What engine is that? Brayflock's long stop is over there? Huh. Wouldn't have known. I spent a lot of time doing baits here. It'll be a while before I hit this place, too. I remember hanging out here for some reason. Maybe one of the starting points for a raid was here? I feel like it was. I feel like one of the coils started here. I don't even know if that's true, but... Or maybe it was the leave me? Maybe I just remember that. Okay, but like, yeah, let me... I just have a feeling that the story is gonna, like, rip me away after him. Not, then... I'm very surprised. Lord of the Inferno, hearken to our plea. Lord of the Inferno, deliver us from our misery. Almighty Ifrit, Lord of the Inferno, your humble servants beseech you, grace us with your divine presence. Almighty Ifrit, we bring before you ignorant savages who know not your godhead. If it pleases you, Lord, scorch their heathen souls with your cleansing flame and mark them as your own. Bloody hells! Bring those two as well. Hey, what we agreed. None but servants of Lord Ifrit may behold the rite of summoning. The souls of unbelievers are forfeit. Spare me, I beg you. Pitiful children of man, by my breath I claim you. Arise once more as my loyal minions. Feed my flames with your faith, and all who stand against us shall burn. Almighty Ifrit, my one true God, your words are my bread. Impossible! By what sorcery do you resist my master's will? Could it be? Your soul already belongs to another. Yes, that is the only explanation. Forsooth, thy frail mortal frame can only serve as a vessel. And yet I smell not the taint of another upon thee. The truth of thine allegiance waxeth clear. Thou art the godless blessed's number. Paragons warned of thine abhorrent kind. Thine existence is not to be suffered. Oh man, I haven't done this in a long time. I'm gonna die if he doesn't win. I forgot that you could stun him. Yeah, if I was better, I could stun Eruption. Right. I think I just put it into it, or else. Unless I'm just gonna kill everybody. Easy people. Ooh. Forgot he does the outside one. Ah, Riot Blade for the finish. Easy crit. Ooh, I get a crystal. Oh. Am I about to have another stroke? Yeah, I guess so. And we're off to the dream. Huh? We got fire now. Alright, so just a mini stroke. We're back to reality. I think. Pray forgive my lateness. Oh, frickin' time, Thancred. I only dispatched a god. I was delayed by a congregation of Amalja zealots. I swear each seemed more evangelical than the last. Persistent, eh? Oh! Wow, that guy is very not alive. Alright, Thancred, you just got a couple degrees cooler in my mind. I see the Bloodsworn wasted no time extracting the captives. No less than I'd expect from the Flame General's hand-picked men. As for those two, it's fair to say their hardships have only just begun. They have much to answer for. I feel I owe you an apology, Canadian. Had I known this mission would prove so dangerous, I would never have left you to face it alone. I've been given a veritable baptism of fire. I think I misread that. But let us continue this conversation in a more agreeable surroundings. Camp Drybone, shall we say? This way, sir. And off we sprint into the sunset. So that was the mighty Ifrit. And what a disappointment he was. The readings are nowhere near what I had anticipated, even taking Old Dawn interference into account. You should know better than to rely upon 5-year-old data left by the 7th Legion. I tried to read that as Vith again. Nor can we expect any form of support from the motherland, given the troubles at court. We have only ourselves to rely on. Ever the pessimist, my dear Livia. Promise me you'll never change. We've wasted enough time here. That meter of yours is too old to give any reading worth a damn. Not that there was aught worth a damn for it to read, but I take your point. I suppose we must content ourselves with the knowledge that we've achieved our primary objective. Yet I find that I am troubled by that adventurer's unexpected show of strength. Could such a foe prove a hindrance to our plans? Perhaps, but that is a consideration for another time. You have been given a task that is your priority. I suggest you treat it as such. Fail to do as my lord commands, and I will spare him the trouble of punishing you. Ooh, spooky. With allies like that, where a woman in love, I shall need to be on my best behavior. And everybody left. Yeah, that makes sense. How did I get a player commendation? I made them wait like 10 minutes while I was watching cutscenes. Oh, that always makes me feel bad. Alright. Fan created Camp Drybone. There he is. I know you're a Canadian. Come, rest a while. You'll have no better opportunity. After witnessing their god's ignominious defeat, the Amalja will be less inclined to risk our wrath. For a time, at least. Now, where were we? Ah, yes, I was in the process of apologizing. I do hope you can forgive me. I arrived too late to be of any use to you or the abductees. They may be whole of body, but the same cannot be said of their minds, for once a man is tempered... but it ill suits me to dwell on the negatives. Amidst all our misfortunes, there is still reason to rejoice. Ifrit is slain, and by your hand no less. This is a deed of no ordinary individual, Canadian. Not even I ever thought you... Or not that I ever thought you were ordinary. On the contrary, I have long suspected that you have the potential to shape the fate of this realm. What can I say? My fine eye for talent remains undimmed. Winfilia will be proud beyond all reckoning when she hears of your deeds. I trust you shan't object to my bearing the tidings to her. That way I claim to have contributed something to this mission. You, meanwhile, have earned yourself a rest. Take some time to relax, and return to the waking sand when you're good and ready. We can discuss matters in more detail then. Just don't take too long, will you? The realm's problems won't solve themselves. Ah. Ah, the triumphant hero returns. Thancred told us news upon his arrival. He's presently in the Solar, giving a full report to Lady Minfilia. You should join them at once. Lady Minfilia is most eager to see you. I could imagine. Voiced cutscene? Fuck. My late arrival nearly cost Canadian his life. I wasn't there when the Amalja took him prisoner. I wasn't there when they served him to a Freet. Yes, by some miracle he survived, but that does not excuse the fact that he should never have had to face such dangers alone. I failed him utterly, just as I am failing you all. What's done is done, Thancred. You'll blame yourself for every... Canadian, it's so good to see you again. Impeccable timing, my friend. I had just finished regaining Minfilia with your heroic exploits. Thancred has told me everything. You've done well to return to us. The perils you faced were undeniably great, yet a part of me believes that I had no cause to fear, and now we can be paid... We can put... Huh? And now we can put paid to our long investigation. I don't understand that sentence. As we suspected, the Amalja undertook both the robbery and the abductions with the aim of summoning their primal Efreet. Nor is this tale limited to Ul'dah. Similar incidents have been rife in both Limsa Lominsa and Gridania of late. I dare say you've been curious as to how these crimes are linked to the primals. Permit me to explain. Having manifested in the physical realm, primals must consume aether in order to maintain their presence here. And the stronger they become, the more aether they require. Now, aether exists throughout creation. It flows through all life and permeates the very air that we breathe. Alas, this alone will not suffice to sustain the likes of Efreet. Nay, he and his kind require a more concentrated source of it. Crystals. It is for this reason that incidents involving crystals can often be tracked back to a primal, which leaves us with the why of the abductions. To understand this, you must first understand how primals are born. When all is well in the world, primals possess no physical form. Their essence is dispersed across the great river of aether. However, when the world is plunged into chaos, those who worship the primals cry out to their gods for deliverance from suffering. These cries serve as a beacon towards which a primal's essence is irresistibly drawn. It is this coming together, or etheric coalescence, which grants the being physical form. Once born, a primal gains strength from its followers' worship. The more numerous and fervent they are, the more powerful their god becomes. But the primals are seldom satisfied with such reverence, as their adherents freely give, and in order to gain more power, they do not scruple to create followers. They do this by tempering mortals, a process to which you yourself were subjected. Yet, even as Efreet took your comrades in his thrall, you alone remained unaffected. This is thanks to the power you possess, the Echo. We know not the why of it, but those blessed with the Echo are immune to primal influence. It is though a greater power protects us. When first you came to us, I told you that the Echo would be instrumental in dealing with the primal threat. I trust you now begin to see why. The recent incidents all share a common trait: meticulous planning. Such elaborate designs are a new development, and one which fills me with an unshakable sense of foreboding. While I share your concern, my presiding feeling is one of relief at your safe return. The immortal flames assure me that they will deal with the aftermath, so you need not concern yourself with that. We may rest easy for a time. I suggest you take full advantage of this respite. You may be sure it won't last long. Once the people learn the identity of the hero who fell to Efreet, I fear you'll have nary a moment to yourself. Rip. Whether she intended to or not, Minfilia neglected to tell you something. Something I think it would be best you heard from one of us. It concerns the tempered abductees that were rescued. Sorry to report that all are to be put to death. Flames with whom you were imprisoned included. Needless to say, this information must not be made known to the public. I swear to you that we would not do this if there were any other recourse. But once a man is tempered, he is tempered for life. His very existence lends strength to the primal, whom he cannot choose but worship. And so we, Scions, continue our fight, that no more innocents need be sacrificed. Hope that you will continue to stand with us, Canadian. But I should get going. I must offer my apologies to the Flame General for the losses of his people. Losses. Oh my god. But I should be going. I must offer my apologies to the Flame General for the losses of his people. For the losses his people suffered. Blah. Till next time. Thanks, Thancred. You throwing knives at that dude was still pretty cool. I gotta give you props for that. Gods forgive me. How many more lives? Louiswad would never have allowed this to happen. I have to do better. I have to be stronger. It's a lot of guilt to carry around, my friend. Oh, God. Okay, before this plays, I gotta go to the bathroom. Okay. Until not so very long ago, you were but one of the many adventurers seeking to make their way in Eorzea. But for your character and courage, you were raised to the esteemed post of envoy. Thereafter, you traveled the realm, aiding those in need without thought of reward, affirming to Thancred that the Scions would benefit from your aid. And no sooner had you joined us than you personally bested the Primal Efreet. You've achieved a great deal in a short time, and won fame in doing so. Alas, fame does not come without a price, as you will soon discover. We have guests, Canadian. Or rather, you have guests. Beg pardons. Ah, Lady Minfilia, radiant as always. I'm given to understand that the Scions of the Seventh Dawn have but recently welcomed a new hero into their midst. I am here on behalf of the Maelstrom, Grand Company of Limsa to offer said hero a place of honor within our ranks. As you can see, Canadian, your recent exploits have garnered you the attention of the Grand Companies of Eorzea. Each organization would have a Freet's Bane for its own. To this end, all three have sent officers to court you. They would not ordinarily go to such lengths to enlist a new recruit. That they have is evidence of their high regard for you. I must find myself wondering how words of Canadian's deeds spread so quickly that the immortal flames should know of his triumph. It is to be expected, but what of the other grand companies? Eep. Your reputation precedes you, Master Bear Lad. It is no ordinary man who can face a primal and emerge victor. The Order of the Twin Adder has need of valiant men such as you. Join your strength to ours, friend, and together let us ensure that peace ever reigns over the Twelves Wood. What a pleasure it is to finally meet you, Master Bear Lad. My comrades speak of you in the most glowing terms. Why, even before you aided us against the Amalja and their dread primal, yours was already a respected name in Ul'dah. Our people know you and love you well. A man of your talents belongs with the immortal flames. Join your strength to ours, friend, and together let us secure a prosperous future for Ul'dah. The Admiral was not exaggerating when she said you have the look of a hero. Full often does she speak of you. It is only natural that we should want you for the Maelstrom. Join your strength to ours, and together let us see the grand vessel of Limsa to the shores of glory. My character's like, oh, Gary just wants some beans. Lady Pinphilia. Though I'm quite sure you need no reminding, mayhap a brief summary of the situation. I'll clarify your thoughts on this matter. As you know, the Grand Companies are all-encompassing organizations empowered to call upon the martial, economic, and technological resources of their respective city-states in times of strife. There are presently 3 such organizations in Eorzea: the Maelstrom of Limsa, the Order of the Twin Adder in Gridania, and the Immortal Flames of Ul'dah. Serving a Grand Company means serving the nation to which it belongs. You will be charged with its defense and tasked with advancing its cause. In return for your faithful service, you will be furnished with various rewards, some of which may well prove useful to you on other endeavors. If you are agonizing over which of the Grand Companies best serves your loyalty, be at ease. The commitment you make this day need not be permanent. Should you wish to shift your alliance at a later date, you are entitled to do so, and yet I can see that it is no small choice you face. As the thought occurred to me, you will, of course, recall that the 3 city-states are planning to hold remembrance services. While as part of the proceedings, I am given to understand that the leader of each Grand Company will deliver an address. Hearing these addresses ought to help make an informed decision, would you say? A fine suggestion. Yeah, you are as wise as you are beautiful, my lady. Simp. Very well, let Canadian hear our leader speak and then return here with his decision. We eagerly await your answers. Know full well that adventurers are by their nature a liberty-loving breed, and not best suited to the discipline of military service, but I strongly urge you to join a Grand Company nonetheless. While the promise of reward is enticing in itself, it is not the only benefit. You are possessed of great power, Canadian, and with it you are capable of doing untold good, yet know that great power is wont to attract attention, not all of it friendly. There will be those who wish you ill, and you must needs be on the lookout for them. Yet, however vigilant you are but one man. In the midst of a grand company, however, you will be one man amongst many. A friend amongst friends. Your achievements will be shared, and so will the danger. I can think of no better arrangement. Of course, joining one organization need not mean leaving another. I hope that we can continue to rely upon your aid. The 12 know that we will have need of it in the days ahead. The Grand Companies seek to protect their own nation. We Scions, on the other hand, seek to preserve the future of Eorzea as a whole. Similar, yet not quite the same. Now then, I expect you will be afield more often in the future. As such, I would have you carry this link pearl with you at all times. It will allow you to stay in touch regardless of your location. Eorzea is changing, Canadian, and you have the power to help shape it anew. None can say what the morrow will bring, but so long as we believe in ourselves, there is naught we cannot achieve. Now it is time you made ready for your journey before you depart. Be sure to speak to Tataru. She will appraise you as to where and when the remembrance services are due to take place. Tataru. Sorry about all the attention you're getting. I might have sung your praises a little too loudly and often to a few too many people. Next time, I'll be sure to hold my tongue, literally if necessary. Anyway, I expect you want to know where and when the remembrance services are taking place. If all goes to plan, Gridania's Grand Company, the Order of the Twin Adder, will hold the first of 3 services. The Elder Seedseeker Ikane will deliver her address at Minkedo's Amphitheater. Probably mentioned at this point that due to the organizational challenges involved in assembling all the involved parties, it's possible that the order of the services might change. Still, there's not much we can do about that, so make Gridania your first protocol. Next, you'll need to go to Ul'dah and Maelstrom. Got it. Alright. Well, let's not keep them waiting, huh? Oh, voice cutscene. I know it is.
I lost my son to the calamity.
Told you. Oh.
The 3 Seedseers are all together.
Some say you couldn't take a step without stumbling over a body.
Horrific.
Our forebears were once strangers in the Twelveswood.
Oh, it's on. Okay. Yeah, no, we're just gonna...
Fearful of the Green Wrath, they hid themselves in the dark recesses of the earth. Yet they dreamed of basking in the dappled sunlight of the forest. Through great effort, they proved their worth to the elementals, and were granted a place beneath the boughs. So it was that Gridania was born, some 5 centuries ago. Working hand in hand, the Hyur and the Elysian settlers sowed the seeds of our civilization, and soon they were joined by folk of all races. So nourished by the waters of unity, and blessed by the light of the matron, Gridania flourished into the great nation it is today.
Do you see the Gridanian standard? There, hanging behind the Elder Seedseer. The entwined serpents represent the unity between Hyur and Elysian. An elegant symbol, do you not agree?
In accordance with the will of the elementals, we have embraced a life of peace. Alas, our neighbors have not always sought the same for themselves, nor for us. Though we Gridanians have no love for war, we have still less for those who would threaten our way of life. Ever have we fought to protect the sanctity of the Twelveswood. When the Garlean Empire brought its war of conquest to Eorzea, we rallied under the noble standard of the Twin Adder that we might push back the encroaching darkness. And it was we who prepared the ground for the reformation of the Eorzean Alliance, that all the peoples of this realm might stand united against the common threat. 5 years ago, the Alliance met the armies of the Empire upon the fields of Cartano. It would prove the bloodiest battle in recent memory. Countless Gridanian lives were lost. As Supreme Commander of the Order of the Twin Adder, ever shall I bear the weight of our people's sacrifice. Alas, their loss was not the only tragedy to befall us that day, for soon came the Calamity.
Calamity Cannon.
The scars borne by our forest are a constant reminder of its violence. Our lives have been irrevocably changed, each waking hour to survive. Driven to desperation, some among us have strayed from the path of righteousness, resorting to banditry, poaching, and other unconscionable deeds. To compound our woes, the Ixal have returned in force, emboldened by our suffering. They test our defenses nigh without cease, and prey upon the vulnerable. So beleaguered from within and without, it is of little wonder that our unity now falters. Dark times are upon us.
Time was a man could walk the high roads without fear.
On this day, 5 years ago, countless Eorzeans laid down their lives that...
And how do you propose to honor the memory of those you cannot remember, pray tell?
The destruction wrought by the Calamity was indiscriminate. It dealt death to Eorzean and Garlean alike. Yet while we have labored to rebuild our homes, to rebuild our lives, the Empire has set about raising steel fortresses here in the Twelveswood. Let none be mistaken. The Garleans remain the greatest threat to our survival. If we are to stand against them, we must remember what it is to be united. Our many troubles blind us to the woes of our fellow man. Thence is harmony lost. Yet harmony is the founding principle of Gridania. We are gathered here to honor the fallen. Let them be honored not only in word and thought, but through concerted action. I bid you, join hands with me once more beneath the Twin Adder standard. And together, let us heal the forest's wounds, that our progeny might live in harmony beneath these ancient boughs. For serenity, purity, and sanctity. We must think of the children!
Woods will be dying. It's up to us to protect
What would anyone think of the children?
If you'll permit me, Alfie no. And my sister, Alize, at your service. I saw at a glance that you were a fellow traveler. You might call us students of history, sampling the realm's remembrances in pursuit of enlightenment.
The Gridanians are unfortunate enough to have to contend with 2 beast tribes. The Ixal are unquestionably the more troublesome, being of a naturally warlike disposition, and won't summon their bloodthirsty primal Garuda. The Sylphs, by contrast, are peaceful in nature, being mischievous rather than malevolent, and have long been on friendly terms with the Gridanians, until recently at least. Last, they have grown aloof, change observed at roughly the time they summoned their primal Ramu. The Gridanians have no love for war, and they consider open conflict a last resort. Though they clash with the Ixal ever more regularly, you may be assured they do so in self-defense. As for the Sylphs, they are yet bound by a peace treaty, though one wonders how long it will be before it is broken. The Twelves Wood was grievously wounded during the calamity, leaving Gridania vulnerable to attack. The people are hopeful that restoring the wood, and thereby the power of the elementals, will put an end to their woes. Yet how long will that take? Centuries, I'd wager. Meanwhile, the Ixal will continue their incursions, spurred on by Garuda and her insatiable appetite for destruction. Whether the Gridanians like it or not, sooner or later it will come to all-out war, and when it does, the Order of the Twin Adder will need all the help it can muster. How valuable might the aid of a capable adventurer prove to them, then? Chamber of Rule. Wait. Aha. Save a ticket. This is a lot of cutscene.
Behold, 'tis the Sultana Nanimal herself!
And Roban as well!
Hark you, souls of flame, drawn to the bosom of the desert, where the fire burns brightest and shall rage forevermore. Hurrah! Brauban! Where since antiquity, under the sage and judicious rule of the Ul dynasty, we have wrought sand into gold. Where by the grace and glory of Naldal have our brave sons and daughters flourished and prospered. I speak of Ul'dah!
There, at the Flame General's back flies the Grand Company's standard. Note the sigil. The golden scales of order balance the jewel of prosperity with the flame of might.
Great and many are the gifts our nation has given the realm. In Eorzea's darkest hour, on the killing fields of Cartano, none spent more in blood and gold than we. Thus was the 7th Imperial Legion laid low.
So that's how it happened. How soon history forgets.
Yet many left our gates, never to return. Let us pray for our absent brothers and sisters, that they might know happiness in the great beyond, as Thal's honored guests. If the fates were fair, the price we paid that day would have bought us victory. Alas, they are not. And now, but 5 years into this 7th Umbral era, The spirit of sacrifice which granted us our strength is all but dead. Look around you. What do you see? A people divided, downtrodden, and enthralled. Where are the merciful alms of the rich? Where is the just steel of the righteous? I ask you, is this the great nation our brothers and sisters gave their lives to save? You who call this living, dishonor the name of the immortal flames. It is but a slow death. Our enemies surround us. The savage hordes of the Amalja wait beside our roads, strangling the lifelines of trade. Meanwhile, the Garleans make mock of our borders and despoil our land of its natural wealth. We stand on a precipice, yet we do not act. Whether trader or soldier, monetarist or royalist, all must recognize that a divided Ul'dah stands to fall. Victory and fortune walk hand in hand. Ye who seek glory and wealth, look not to what little you can snatch from your neighbor, but to the boundless wealth of the world beyond. Now is the time to unite. Now is the time to ride forth. In the name of the Sultana, I beseech you. Line not your own coffers, but those of the immortal flames. Seek not to prosper from Ul'dah, but to restore her to prosperity. As the realm prospers, so shall Ul'dah. As Ul'dah prospers, so shall her people.
Ya for Ul'dah!
Together we are one.
Your Grace.
Raoban?
I think that's so funny.
People of Ul'dah, I, Nanamo, 17th in the line of Ul, address you. Much has been made of the wealth of Ul'dah. Yet those who measure that wealth in coins and carats are gravely deceived. For the true wealth of Ul'dah lies in the health, happiness, and hopes of her people. Beloved subjects, I bid you raise aloft the torch of Ul'dah, that her flames might serve as a beacon for all Eorzea to see.
Long live Nanamo!
Glory to the Sultana!
For victory and fortune,
Oh,
drive fearless into the inferno, for we are, by fire, reborn!
One voice actor in there getting it done.
The time is now!
I fancy meeting you again.
The Uldans have a long history of conflict with the Amalja, the beast tribe that worships the primal Ifrit. Judging by your look of distaste, I take it you have encountered them. The Uldans do not shy from confrontation. If aught threatens their precious prosperity, they will seek to crush it. So have they dealt with Ifrit thus far, smothering his flames each time he is stoked to life. Yet he is but one of several problems. Though they have been quiet these past 5 years, the Garleans have not gone away. Meanwhile, refugees continue to arrive in droves, and Ul'dah has no clear policy on how to deal with them. After all, not even the Sultanate's coffers are bottomless, and even assuming they had the coin, resources will be ever finite. Which brings me back to the subject of Ifrit. It has been observed that the Amalja are summoning him with ever-increasing frequency. Every time they do so, the Uldans send their force to smite the primal, and though they invariably succeed, each victory is bought with blood. It is a war of attrition which they cannot well sustain. In such a desperate hour, an adventurer of your experience would be a most welcome addition to their ranks. For their sake, I hope that the Flames General's words struck a chord with you. I can feel my frame rate committing suicide. Here to attend the remembrance? Yes, let us go.
The Garleans are another matter altogether.
So much for our alliance.
It's sunk beyond the seabed.
Arrowweb, Bluffithswin.
Brothers and sisters of the sea, hearken unto me. Look upon this, our mighty crimson standard, and tell me your hearts do not swell with pride. "700 summers have come and gone since our forefathers first ran aground in this fertile bay. In that time, guided by the Mother of Oceans, Limsa Lominsa has grown from humble fishing village to uncontested ruler of the 5 seas and beyond.
Did you look as the Admiral bid you? It is a rather stirring standard, I must say. The Crimson Field is meant to signify the blood of fallen crewmates, while the Black Longship represents a pirate vessel.
When the Garlean Empire marched upon Eorzea, we assembled beneath the Maelstrom Standard, and our Grand Company was reborn. All answered the call, from the Knights of the Barracuda to Hilfir's bloody executioners. And together, we met our would-be conquerors upon the field of Cartino. That day, the world bore witness to the united strength of Limsa Lominsa. I swear to you, no army ever fought harder or with more courage, yet many of ours did not survive. Join me now in remembering those who fought in the name of freedom and fell. May their souls be returned to the sea.
Freedom. Yes, they have always been rather fond of their freedom. Much as the beast tribes have. Small wonder. Beneath the surface, one would struggle to tell them apart.
It has been 5 long years since the calamity struck. 5 long years of tireless rebuilding. Yet still the wounds of the calamity fester and weep. But when I stand atop the mizzenmast and gaze out upon our battered and broken vessel, I see an undying spirit. Did we not build all this from the wreck of the Galadian all those centuries ago? Shall we not do so again? Yet there are those who would see this ship of ours sink beneath the waves of the restless Rotano. The Sahagin creep ashore seeking blood for their accursed god.
Those fishback
The Sahagin have risen?
While the mines of Ogomoro spew forth kobolds who push ever south, despoiling our lands as they go. These savage beast tribes will be the first waves to crash against our creaking hull. And behind them swells the grim tide of the Garlean Empire. Even now the curs fly their flags within our borders. Doubt not, but that they will be upon us ere long. We are well nigh surrounded. Yet there are those among us who would rather turn their swords against their crewmates than our cannons against our foes. How can we hope to repel our many enemies when mutiny breeds below deck? There is but one course left to us. One bearing that will bring us victory over the beast hordes and the Empire both, and see this ship safe to port. We must mend the rift the Calamity has reopened twixt pirate and maelstrom, and stand fast with our adventurer brothers against the coming tempest. Mark ye well, a crew without unity is no crew at all. 'Tis but a mass of drowned men. To me, then, brothers and sisters of the sea, gather beneath the undying crimson standard, and pledge me your strength, your skill, your wisdom. And with the guidance of the navigator, this great vessel of ours shall ride the waves, till sea swallows all!
Long live the Admiral!
Admiral Melvin!
Gather the lads!
Oh, where's me cutlass?
I'll follow ye to the seven hells, Admiral!
Fancy meeting you again.
As the Admiral mentioned in her address, Limsa is plagued by two beast tribes. The first are the fish-like Sahagin, worshippers of the primal Leviathan. The second are the kobolds, who dwell beneath the earth and take the primal Titan for their god. As if the beast tribe presence weren't troublesome enough, the Garleans have also chosen to erect a fortress right in the Leminzan's backyard. And that is to say naught of internal strife. As a nation of pirates, there's no end to the blood feuds between the various factions. While they fight amongst themselves, the Garleans whet their blades and watch. If the Leminzans are to have any hope of withstanding the Empire, they must first resolve their own affairs. Differences must be set aside and the primal threat dealt with once and for all. To this end, I expect they will soon take decisive action against the beast tribes. Mark my words, the Maelstrom Standard will be drenched a deeper shade of crimson ere long. That a capable adventurer like you would be a valuable addition to their crew is beyond question. Has been fairly, alright, you are well, I hope. I would be correct in thinking that the final remembrance service has now concluded. Moment ago, you say. What a coincidence. Jesting aside, I trust you remember our guests from the Grand Companies. Well, delighted though we are to have them here at the Waking Sands, it would not do to keep them in suspense any longer than necessary. In short, hurry back. A lot of gold fellers and Limsa though. Be expected. Welcome back here, where the Grand Champion's leader words illuminating into you at hope. Each nation is beset with problems. I trust you see now why your services are in such demand. Would that there were more of you, Canadian. But you must be tired from your journey. Why don't you rest a while and take a moment to reflect on your decision? Once your mind is made up, pray give the Grand Company officers your answer.
The gods only know what grand company our adventurer friend will keep. The wheels of change are in motion regardless.
Brother, are you certain this course is best?
Whatever do you mean, dear sister?
The so-called remembrance ceremonies were little more than standard waving rallies, as though the Calamity and Seventh Umbral Era warranted scarcely a mention.
Well, of course they were standard waving rallies. Since you are so observant, mayhap you noticed what mention was made of the Warriors of Light? None. I suppose they must have forgotten the heroes who spared Eorzea a fate worse than the Calamity? No, dear Alize, they haven't forgotten these details. They have elected to omit them. Deep are the wounds the Calamity inflicted upon Eorzea. So needless to say, the beast tribes and their primals do little to alleviate the pain. So, the task of salving Eorzea's wounds falls to the scions of the Seventh Dawn, with a little help from our friends, the Grand Companies. Remembrance will yield no remedy. If our world is to heal, we must put the horrors of the Calamity behind us.
Our grandfather would never entrust the fate of the realm to despots who rewrite history to their convenience. There must be another way to cure what ails this world, and I mean to find it.
You are most welcome to try. Our paths may differ, but our destination is the same. In time, I dare say we will see eye to eye.
I should hope so.
My lady! We are to escort you!
Hope does not come into it. We share the burden of this fate, dear sister, and will prevail together or not at all. The salve will serve not only to close up our present wounds, but prevent old ones from opening anew.
Fear that the incident with the traitor may have soured your opinion of us. It gladdens me to see this isn't the case. But before we can count you as one of our own, you must be formally inducted into our ranks. Please proceed to the Hall of the Flames and identify yourself to the personal officer, and I'll notify him of your coming. With your strength joined to ours, we will surely prevail over our enemies, be it beastmen or Imperials. Oh, let's go. Ooh, 7 hours already, eh? Christ. I'm only level 27. If I had skipped cutscenes, I feel like I would have been level 50 already. I mean, that's not the point of this. Like, whatever, but it's crazy. Kin has Chocobo? Brings in all the flames this day, adventurer. Believe you are expecting. Ah, I thought as much. You're just as our man at the Waking Sands described. It's an honor to meet you, sir. In order to formalize your... Sir... Speak, Private. Imperial, sir. They fired on a high-wind skyways ship. Let's say she's coming down to the west near Horizon's Edge. Bloody hells, of all the time for this to happen. No time for formalities. The Immortal Flames need your help now. We're no doubt in the midst of a large-scale operation against the Amalja, and we have no one to spare in Western Thanalan. You must get to that ship before the Garleans do. If there are any survivors, see what to do and do not come further. Now go. Alright, onwards we go. It's like an hour of cutscenes. What? There's a fucking queue? An adventure? What are you doing out? Find some cover first. Oh no, you're not an Imperial spy. You don't even have a uniform. Alright, sir. Scouts reported the attack on your craft. We've come to rescue you. Glad to have you with us. Trader Garland has been busy. Secrets of Magitech are ours by right, not to be squandered upon the savages of this land. We're taking this craft back to the fortress, dismantle it if you must, and bring the engineer. Someone must pay for its crimes. Uh-oh. What becomes of to play with fire? Biggs! Wedge. Shouldn't have stayed with the ship. That was a close one. Oh, back to the Hall of Flame. Let's see? 4 minutes. The teleport? Welcome back, Canadian. Word of your deeds in the field reached me not long ago. Exemplary service. Rest assured that the Garland Ironworks engineers are fine. They were able to get their vessel back in the air before Imperial reinforcements arrived. Willingness to assist us on such short notice is to be commended. Clearly your reputation is well deserved. Now then, I believe we have some unfinished business. Shall we continue from where we left off and induct you into the immortal flames? Yes. Can I have my chocobo? Are you ready, Canadian? Then let us begin. Canadian Bear Lad, you stand poised to enter a sacred trust. Flames of Ul'dah burn bright, casting light where there is dark and purging evil wheresoever it lurks. We are ever ready to meet the nation's enemies in battle, be they beastmen, Garleans, or worse. And at a word from Flame General Al Roban Aldine, we would gladly lay down our lives to maintain the peace and prosperity of Ul'dah. Join our ranks, you must forsake all other nations. Only then may you commit yourself to the fire and be born as an immortal flame. Burn as one of us, Canadian Bearman, and together we shall chase the darkness from Ul'dah. Ooh, sneeze. May you fight to the last for coin and country. Yay me. So you're now a flame of Ulda, you're no less a scion. Pray return to the waking hand at your hands. Very much like to meet you. We shall be waiting. Presence is elsewhere. Before you leave, perhaps you could find a moment to speak with Commander Swift. He's not one to see new recruits go into the field unprepared. Okay. Flame Chocobo issuance. 200 seals. Let's see. Okay. So I do a couple fates. I get my Chocobo, because that's going to increase speed. I have to be attack again. And then we'll go do that. Alright. I had a thought while I was pooping that I have to have some dungeon gear to turn in. Return to inventory. Return to inventory. So I thought I could turn in any dungeon items. Do these not count? Do I have to be a certain level before I can do it? I'm gonna fight God. Fine, I'll go fucking do stuff. Let's like... Do these give seals now? No. I'm like level 20 something. Central. Northern is too high. Southern Vanillin is Holly. You know, whatever. I'm just gonna go to like... you know, let's go to Aleport. I'll just buy my way there. Just need like 200. 200. Means I gotta do that. There. That one's 44, so I'm probably not gonna be able to do that one. But oh wait, I just fucking troll aggro on that. Yeah, I want to literally troll the poor guy. that one should finish on its own. Already reset. There's just a crap ton of high level ones. So let's should count. Got 100 flame seals, so I need 100 more. I believe I can't. Kind of upsetting, honestly. Let's fade, let's go. I think this one's actually kind of hard. Cryptic Stumblebox. I really like the explosions. 100? Hey, 103, that's cool. Oh, and I got a level up because I completed my fate daily. Apparently. Okay, so we need a chocobo issuance. And then I need to go talk to Mimi Gun. I don't think they is a gun. Oh, fine. I'm able to use my. I have one right here. Oh, give me the bird. Give me the bird, give me the bird. Yes. Que. His name is Jimothy. Yes. Jimothy is beautiful. I'm glad he likes his name, because no one else will. My little chocobo. Okay, so if I remember correctly, and Central, Eastern, Crowd, Central. I thought it was somewhere around West. Maybe I can't have it yet. Okay. All right. Well, I get the mount, but I don't get to go fast. Nor do I It's fair. Still fast. Olatali is now accessible. Welcome back. It seems you wasted no time putting your skills to work. You do either recruitment called to regale me with the tale of your heroics. The pride in his voice was palpable. We Scions are truly fortunate to have you with us. Now, when we last spoke, I said I wanted you to meet friends. Not while I neglected to mention that you have met Tadaru, please. Biggs and Wedge. Lives. I didn't think we properly introduced ourselves. I'm Biggs. I'm Wedge. Biggs and Wedge are staying. Magitech-driven contraptions such as airships grow more vital to the city. Yeah, as a neutral party, it was judged that we Scions should serve as the keepers of this technology, of course. For this, we needed the knowledge of experts, and so we requested the assistance of Garland Ironworks, who very kindly sent us to Like every soul here, I love Eorzea, and I count myself blessed to have been given this chance to stand with you all and fight for the future of this realm. Never have I known such fulfillment, such happiness. Sweet. Sylphs, is it really?
Now, having set aside the formalities,
Thank God it's a voice cutscene.
we have a favor to ask of you.
This will probably be the last one.
Urianger, have the documents arrived from the students of Baldessian?
Aye, my lady. They arrived but recently.
We have conducted a study at the behest of the Order of the Twin Adder. Papalimo, Ida, a synopsis if you would.
Our task was to survey the behavior of the Sylphs, a beast tribe indigenous to the Twelveswood.
Oh, how to describe them. They look like Gisselcreens, floating ones, that worship the primal Ramu.
Ahem. Though technically a beast tribe, Sylphs are blessed with a comparatively personable demeanor, conducive to peaceful communication.
Offering us an invaluable opportunity to learn what the beast tribes know of the primals.
While Ramu's existence is well documented, the Sylphs do not, or perhaps cannot, summon the primal any longer, insofar as can be ascertained, until such time as we know. It would be unwise to assume that the threat posed by the primal has passed.
Which leaves Gridania with the added worry of not knowing what they should be worrying about.
In that regard, they are hardly alone. What we can say with absolute certainty is that Gridania has its hands full fending off Garuda, who, I need hardly remind you, is among the most savage and terrible of all known primals.
In short, it is essential that we approach the sylphs in as diplomatic a manner as possible. Words and actions can be misconstrued. The only sure way to communicate our intentions is the echo. Winning the sylphs' favor may well bring us a step closer to mitigating the threat of the primals. Will you help us? I am grateful.
Lovely. Well, as much as I'd like to help, I'm afraid I would be of little use to anyone in Gridania. A veritable babe in the woods. Ida and Papalimo, however, should be able to see the forest for the trees. Is that not so, Min?
Indeed. You are willing?
Leave it to me.
Us?
Cool. Okay, I think that's where I'm going to cut it off for today. That was 8 hours of streaming, so that's probably good enough. I'll probably pick this up again tomorrow. Thanks for watching, and have yourself a fantastic night.